And my dear beloved students and friends, a pleasant good morning to you all. The Research Department of English at St. Xavier's College, Palayangottai, proudly feels privileged to organize a two-day international conference on the mirror of life, representations of history, culture, and environment in literature. Life is a sort of symbiosis. Just as you grow into the world grows into you. Not only do you occupy a certain place, but that place in turn occupies you. Its culture shapes the way you see the world. Its language informs the way you think. Its customs structures you as a social being. Its history speaks for itself. In a sense, we are our culture, we are our customs, we are our language, we are our country, we are our family, and we are our lovers. Thank you for joining this global discussion that will develop themes and strategies for a better human world. And there are more than 300 people who have registered for this conference. This is an indication of the commitment of academic endeavor. We are delighted that we have many exciting keynotes, resource sharing, and presentations that will support in our effort. Let's begin this inaugural function of this international conference. From harmony, from heavenly harmony, this universal frame began. When to St. Cecilia's organ, vocal breath was given, an angel heard and straight appeared, mistaking earth to heaven. Here comes the department choir to make our breath vibrate, our hearts respond, and our bodies ignite, and to bring a heavenly harmony.
Bless the Lord, oh my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul, I worship Your holy name. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before me, let me be singing when the evening comes. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul, I'll worship Your holy name. You're rich in love and you're slow to anger. Your name is great and Your heart is kind. For all Your goodness I will keep on singing. 10,000 reasons for my heart to find. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul, I'll worship your holy name. And on that day, when my strength is failing, the end draws near and my time has come. Still my soul will sing your praise unending. 10,000 years come then forevermore. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Worship His holy name. Never before. Oh my soul, I'll worship your holy name. Worship your holy name. Worship your holy name. Worship your holy name. Worship your holy name.
We thank the department choir for invoking God's blessings. Let our light shine before others. We are the light of the world. Let me invite Reverend Father Principal, Dr. Joseph Dureraj, Mr. Twin Anthony Edward, head of the department, Dr. Vijila J. Ruby from Raniana College, and Ms. Deepika, research scholar from PSG College, Coimbatore, to light the lamp. Thanks to one and all. Let me have the privilege to call upon Mr. Twin Anthony Edward, the convener and head of the Department of English, to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, sir. Reverend Fathers, for the Rector, for the Secretary, and for the Principal, esteemed resource persons, Professor Dr. A. Joseph Dureraj, Professor S.A. Tamimul Ansari, and Reverend Dr. Godwin Rufus, S.J., most dignified participants, a delightful morning wishes to all of you present here and to those attending online. Before I get started, I would like to register my sincere appreciations to the organizers, Dr. D. Joachim and Dr. S. Aloysius Albert, and the professors and scholars for their tremendous work. Hats off to you, professors and friends. Shall we all give them a round of applause? Dear friends, I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you on this phenomenal occasion. First and foremost, I welcome Reverend Dr. S. Mariadas S.J., the principal of St. Xavier's College. Dear Father, we are extremely happy to have you in our midst. Your presence matters a lot to us, as much as your leadership and your charism towards our institution. Welcome, Father. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Joachim to honor Reverend Father Principal. Thank you, sir. I deem it a privilege to welcome today's keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Joseph Duraraj. Professor Dr. Joseph Duraraj is a professor of English at the School of English and Foreign Languages at Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be university. He was the Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Rural Institute from 2013 to 2014. He was a Fulbright Scholar in 2014 and visited educational institutions in Washington, D.C., New York, and Miami, and was an Erasmus Mundus visiting scholar in Belgium in 2015. He conducted a month-long teaching training program in Sri Lanka in 2007. He has also visited Georgian University, Rome, Bradbourne University, the Netherlands, and the Center Sev, Paris. Professor Duraraj has specialized in theory. He has authored 5 books. He has also co-authored standard 11 and 12 English textbooks for the Tamil Nadu government. He is the founder editor of peer-reviewed journal called Gandhigram Literary Review. He has published 52 articles in various refereed journals and 8 book reviews, and has completed 1 major UGC project and 2 minor research projects. He has guided 16 PhD students and has adjudicated more than 100 PhD theses for different universities in India. Professor Duraraj was a visiting professor of philosophy at Satyanilayam, affiliated to University of Madras, and taught a course on philosophical hermeneutics in 2016. He was at the Department of English, Osmania University. He regularly lectures at UGC HRDCs and has delivered 12 endowment lectures in different colleges, universities in South India. He was a member of the Research Council of IGNOU, New Delhi from 2007 to 2013, and its Academic Council from 2013 to 2015. Professor Dr. Duraraj is an assessor for NAC since 2010 and has assessed and accredited 34 colleges, universities in different parts of India. I've never seen such an astounding profile in a long time. Dear Professor, we would like to welcome you, and we look forward towards a soulful session today. Now, I would like to invite Reverend Father Principal to honor Dr. Joseph Duraraj. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Professor. I extend my warm welcome to the resource persons of today's events. Professor Dr. S.A. Tamimul Ansari, Professor, University of Jazan, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Reverend Dr. Godwin Rufus S.J., Principal of Alanandar College, Karmatur. And I welcome all the participants, professors from various colleges and scholars across the peninsula. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of welcome. I'm exceedingly privileged and pleased to welcome Reverend Dr. Mariadas S.J., the principal, a versatile personality with innovations and incorporations, a primal power and an infusing impetus behind every activity to deliver his presidential address.
Respected Dr. A. Joseph Thuriraj, the person who is with us to deliver this keynote address, and dignitaries on the days, respected professors, respected participants, good morning to you all. I'm given just 5 minutes so that I will be able to finish and then go. And Dr. A. Joseph Thuriraj to start his keynote address. Because we have this blended mode, we need to be very, very extremely careful with regard to timings. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Department of English under the leadership of Mr. Twin Anthony Edward for organizing his 2 days international conference on the mirror of life, representations of history, culture, and environment in literature. Of course, it's a literature topic. I'm a commerce man, so I may not be able to understand anything out of this, but still, going through the topic, what I feel, we have choices in our life to shape our life, to mold our life. The choices in the topic are given history, culture, and environment. How we take this depends on us. We have plenty of choices in our life. What we choose is shaping our life. What we choose is molding our life. What we choose becomes our way of life. We have in our life good and bad. If you're going to choose bad, you'll be a bad person. If you're going to choose a good and lightweight, definitely you'll be a great person. I'm sure these 2 days deliberations and discussions on these topics, I inviting various resource persons, will help you to choose your life in a right way, so that you are happy not only today, but also in future. Therefore, my dear participants, at the outset, I would like to welcome all the non-Xaverians to this campus. You should know that this campus or this institution is in its 99th year of its existence. And next year, we will be beginning our 100th year. Therefore, you are in a very, very critical and important time of this institution. And we are very happy to have you today. And I also extend a warm welcome to all the professors who are accompanying all these students and scholars. We are very happy to have you today. Enjoy your stay here and enjoy your academic interactions in this campus also. And a word about our keynote speaker, a wonderful person. You are lucky to have him. He's a very, very busy person. I don't know how your HOD could catch him. And he has come all the way from Madurai, of course, from Dindigal. He's working in Dindigal, Gandhigram University. How he was able to come to the campus, I don't know. Of course, he loves Jesuits. He loves Jesuits. That's why I think he has soft corner for the Jesuits all the time. Thank you for being with us, Dr. A. Joseph Thuriraj. You should know, in a way, I missed the opportunity of being his formee in my formation life. A wonderful person. You will really enjoy his talk. And I don't know how much time is given to him. Please pay attention to his speech and shape your life, mold your life with these few words. I'm happy to wish you once again all the best. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. We are pleased to release the book of abstracts of the conference. We are proud to say we have received 259 abstracts for this conference. Let me request Reverend Dr. Mariadas S.J., the principal, to release the book of abstracts and give the first copy to Dr. Joseph Thuriraj, the keynote speaker of the day. Thank you, Father and Sir. Thank you, Father. Speech is power. Speech is to persuade. Speech is to convert. Speech is also to compel. Speech is the mirror of the soul. Here we have the right person to give us the right speech of the right occasion. May I have the privilege to call upon the keynote speaker, Dr. Joseph Dureraj, Professor of English, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be University, Tindikal, to speak to us.
Morning, dear friends. Reverend Father Rector, St. Xavier's College, Palayamkote, Reverend Father Secretary, St. Xavier's College, Palayamkote, Reverend Dr. S. Mariadas, Principal, St. Xavier's College, Palayamkote, Dr. Twin Anthony Edward, Head of the Department of English, St. Xavier's College, Palayamkote, Dr. Veeralakshmi, Dr. T. D. Joachim, Dr. V. Rani Priyadarshini, Professor M. Roslin, faculty members, Department of English, St. Xavier's College, faculty members from other institutions, research scholars, and dear student friends, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank the Jesuit management, in particular the principal, for inviting me to this two-day international seminar and also deliver the keynote address. I am grateful to the head of the department, Dr. Twin Anthony Edward, for this warm invitation to come to this institution. In fact, I am coming to St. Xavier's after quite some time, but recently I delivered a lecture that was an endowment lecture, but that was online. But coming here physically, I think I'm coming here after quite some time, maybe after, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. And I thank the Department of English, in particular, the head of the department, Dr. Twin Anthony, for this invitation. So dear friends, I have been asked to speak for 1 hour. I have the energy. I'm sure you also have the energy to listen to me for 1 hour. Not just the energy, but I'm sure you also have the patience to listen to me for 1 hour. Fine. Now, what is the topic of the seminar? The mirror of life, representations of history, culture, and environment. Okay. So what is the first part of the title? The mirror of life. And what is the key word in the first part of the title? Mirror. Okay, mirror. And if you look at the subtitle, you have another word which conveys more or less the same meaning. What is that? Representation. Okay, so mirror, representation. Fine. Now, dear friends, whether you are postgraduate students or research students or faculty members, in our classrooms, what are some of the basic questions? What are some of the important questions that we discuss? Whether they are literature classes or literary criticism classes, what are some of the fundamental questions that we address? I'll give you a short list of the important questions or the fundamental questions that we look at, we reflect, we address in our classrooms and also in our interaction with scholars. Now, one of the fundamental questions that we answer in our literature classes is, what is representation? And to continue the discussion further, another important question that we tend to address in our classrooms is, what is fictional representation and how does literature represent the world? Okay, so the title of the seminar is Representation. So one of the fundamental questions that we, all of us as students of literature, we tend to address in our classrooms, in our homes, in our study rooms, if you are a hosteler, in the libraries, or in our discussion with our peers or scholars is, how does literature mirror life? So that is the first part of the title. Or how does literature represent life? So these are the two keywords. So mirror on the one hand and representation on the other. I'm sure you are reminded of a book that was published in 1953. I'll give you a clue. The author is M.H. Abrams. Okay, a glossary of literary terms, fine. So that is an important book by M.H. Abrams. But this particular book is on romanticism and romantic theory of poetry. And the author is M.H. Abrams, and the book was published in 1953. And the first part of the title includes the word mirror. Very good, very good. The mirror and the lamp. So the mirror and the lamp, wherein he talks about 4 coordinates of literary criticism in the first part of the first chapter. And in the second part of the first chapter, he talks about 4 corresponding literary theories. Fine. Okay. So dear friends, I have been asked to speak for 1 hour. So in the next 55 minutes, I'll be talking about what is mirror, because we argue that literature mirrors life. So I'll be talking about mirror. I'll be talking about representation. So what is representation? Now mirror is an English word. Representation too is an English word. Can you think of a Greek word which would convey the same meaning? I'm sure you know it. So the question is this: mirror, we talk about literature as a mirror of life. Representation, we talk about literature representing life. So you have the word mirror, you have the word representation. Now, can you think of a Greek word which would convey these two meanings, mirror and representation? You know this word, very often your teachers must have used it in class. It starts with M. Okay, somebody said mimesis, M-I-M-E-S-I-S, mimesis. Okay, so mimesis is a Greek word which means imitation, which means mirror, literature mirroring life, which means reflection, literature reflecting life, which means representation, literature representing life. So dear friends, I am here to talk about mimesis. Okay, so my lecture is titled Mimesis and Hermeneutics. So what is hermeneutics? How do we define it? Who are the experts in the domain of hermeneutics? I'll be talking about it a little later. But the major part of my talk, the major part of my presentation would revolve around the term mimesis. So please remember at the outset, mimesis is a Greek word and the English translation is imitation. Okay, so we have other words. So what are the synonyms? I would like to refer you to an important book, which is a monograph, 170 pages. It was published by Routledge in 2006. The author is Matthew Portlsky, and the title of the book is Mimesis. So what is the title of the book? One word, it is Mimesis. It was published by Routledge in 2006. And the entire book talks about the Greek word is an explication of the Greek word mimesis. So if you look into this book, the title of the book is Mimesis. The author is Portlsky and it was published in 2006. So Portlsky, gives us a list of synonyms for the Greek word mimesis. So what are the other words that convey more or less the same meaning? What are the synonyms? So we have emulation, mimicry, doubling, realism. These are all synonyms for the Greek word mimesis. The list continues. Identification, correspondence, depiction, verisimilitude, resemblance, imitation. So which means we have the Greek word mimesis. The spelling is M-I-M-E-S-I-S, mimesis, and it is loosely or roughly translated into English as imitation. But then we do have other words which convey more or less the same meaning. Words like verisimilitude, reflection, representation, mirror. Okay, fine. So my lecture is about mimesis. My lecture is on mimesis, and I have divided my lecture, I have divided my presentation into 5 parts. So in the first part, I'll be answering the question, what is mimesis? How do we define the term mimesis? What does the Greek word mimesis convey? How do we translate the Greek word mimesis into English, and what are the connotations? So this will be the first part of my presentation. Now, who are the 2 philosophers who have extensively talked about mimesis? Yes? Okay, very good, very good. Aristotle, fine. So one more Greek philosopher. Plato, very good. So Plato, an ancient Greek philosopher, and his student Aristotle, another Greek philosopher. So these are the 2 philosophers, namely Plato and Aristotle. They have talked about mimesis. So the first part of my presentation, I'll be answering the question, what is mimesis? How do we define mimesis? What is the meaning of the word mimesis? And what are the connotations of the term mimesis? So that will be the first part of the presentation. In the second part of the presentation, for 10 to 15 minutes, I will be talking about how does Plato think of mimesis, or what does Plato think of mimesis? So what is mimesis according to Plato? So the title of the second part of my presentation is Plato and Mimesis. So after I deal with Plato, I would like to move on to Plato's student, and that was Aristotle. So in the third part of the presentation, I will be talking about Plato and mimesis. That was the second part. So in the third part, I will be talking about Aristotle and mimesis. So the first part, what is mimesis? The second part, Plato and mimesis. The third part, Aristotle and mimesis. And in the fourth part, what are the points of convergence, similarities between Plato and Aristotle? And at the same time, what are the differences, the points of divergence between Plato and Aristotle? Because Plato talks about mimesis, Aristotle also talks about mimesis. There are some similarities, points of convergence between these 2 philosophers. At the same time, they also disagree on certain grounds. So what are the similarities and what are the congruences between Plato and Aristotle when it comes to mimesis? So that will be the fourth part of the presentation. And towards the end of the presentation, that is the fifth part, the final part, I'll be talking about critiquing or interpreting mimesis, that is mimesis and hermeneutics. So dear friends, I am sure now you have a brief outline of the presentation. So what is mimesis? Plato and mimesis, Aristotle and mimesis. Where do Plato and Aristotle agree and disagree? And how do we interpret mimesis, that is mimesis and hermeneutics? Okay, so this is the scheme of presentation. This is the outline of the presentation. Now let me go to the first part of the presentation. What is mimesis? I said earlier, 5 minutes ago, that mimesis is a Greek word. And when you translate it into English, we translate it as imitation. Now here is a short definition of mimesis. So what does mimesis do? Whether it is Greek literature or Indian literature or Tamil literature or British literature, in mimesis, what we do is we talk about or we describe the relationship between reality or the universe on the one hand and fictional representation on the other. This is not only with reference to literature, but also arts, whether it is painting or dance or music. Okay, so imagine here is a water bottle. Okay, and imagine you are a painter. So you have drawn a picture of this water bottle. Okay, so how realistic is it? As the painter depicted the water bottle as it is. So that would be the topic for mimesis. That would be the topic for imitation. Now, dear friends, when we talk about mimesis, we think of four important people. Who are the four important people and what would be the references? So we have two philosophers who have talked about mimesis extensively. So that is from the domain of philosophy. Now in the domain of literary criticism, we have another two stalwarts who have also talked about mimesis extensively. So from the domain of philosophy and from the domain of literary criticism. As I said a little earlier, a short while ago, two Greek philosophers, namely Plato and Aristotle. So these two philosophers have talked about mimesis extensively. Plato talks about mimesis in his book, Republic. I'll be referring to this book a little later. And Aristotle talks about mimesis extensively in his Poetics. Okay, so Plato, Republic, Aristotle, Poetics. And these two, as we all know, are from the realm of philosophy. Now, when we move over from philosophy to literary criticism, we come across two stalwarts, two giants who have talked about mimesis, particularly from a literary point of view. So one is a Jewish German. His name is Erich Auerbach. And the other one is an American literary critic, M.H. Abrams. So Auerbach, A-U-E-R-B-A-C-H, Erich Auerbach, he was a German scholar. In 1946, he came out with a brilliant book on mimesis. The book is more than 600 pages, and the book was originally published by Princeton University. So I am not expecting you to read this book. It is because it is more than 600 pages. But if you have the time and the patience, maybe a little later, you can read at least the introductory chapter of the book. So the first chapter, the introductory chapter, is titled Odysseus' Car, wherein he brings together not only Greek mythology, but he also talks about the Bible. So this book was published in 1946. As I said earlier, the original publication was done by Princeton University Press. So the title of the book is Mimesis, the representation of reality in Western literature. So this is one of the basic books, one of the key texts as far as mimesis is concerned, particularly from a literary point of view. The other book that I would like to refer to is, I have already talked about it very briefly, that was published in 1953. The author is M.H. Abrams, and the title of the book is The Mirror and the Lamp. So which means four people have talked about mimesis extensively. Two from a philosophical point of view, namely Plato and Aristotle, and two from a literary critical perspective. They are Auerbach, the German writer, and M.H. Abrams, the American literary critic. Fine. Now, dear friends, basically the question is, what is mimesis? How do we define mimesis? We have already defined mimesis as an imitation, as a representation of life, as a reflection of life. But here are some more definitions of mimesis. I would be referring to Socrates, Aristotle, Philip Sidney, and M.H. Abrams. Now, according to Socrates, the arts of painting, poetry, music, dancing, and sculpture, all these are imitation. So dance is an imitation of life. Music is an imitation of life. Painting is an imitation of life. And no doubt, literature is an imitation of life. So this is what Socrates said. What did Aristotle say about mimesis? Here is a short quote from you refer to this book, A Glossary of Literary Terms by M.H. Abrams. So M.H. Abrams writes, talking about Aristotle and how he defined the term mimesis by imitation. This is a quote from M.H. Abrams, A Glossary of Literary Terms. By imitation, Aristotle means something like representation in its root sense. The poem imitates by taking an instance of human action and representing it in a new medium. So what happens in life? What happens in my life? What happens in your life? So that gets reflected in films, that gets reflected in novels, that gets reflected in short stories. In other words, art. Art is a reflection of life. Art is a mirror of life. Art is a representation of life. Art is mimesis. And this is what Aristotle says. Sidney, Philip Sidney, I am sure this essay is prescribed. I find a lot of students here. Apology for Poetry. So if you go through Sidney's Apology for Poetry, you come across this short quotation. So wherein Sidney defines poetry. So what according to Sidney is poetry, and by extension, what according to Sidney is literature. So here is what Sidney says. Poesy, that is poetry. Poesy, therefore, is an art of imitation. For so Aristotle termeth it in the word mimesis, that is to say, a representing, counterfeiting, or figuring forth, to speak metaphorically, a speaking picture. So what does Sidney say about poetry? Or what does Sidney say about literature? He says it is a representation. And finally, we come to M.H. Abrams. I have already referred to his book, The Mirror and the Lamb, which was published in 1953. So M.H. Abrams, talking about mimesis, talking about imitation, he touches upon three dimensions or three facets. So the first dimension is, according to M.H. Abrams, in The Mirror and the Lamb, he says, art is essentially an imitation of the aspects of the universe. Arts, literature is part of the arts. So music, dance, painting, literature, they are all imitation of the universe, a mimesis of the universe. And secondly, he says, if you look at the history of mimesis, or if you look at the history of mimetic theory, you realize it is one of the fundamental theories in literary criticism. We talk about a lot of theories. We talk about modernism, we talk of colonialism, we talk of cultural studies, we talk of new historicism, we talk of hermeneutics, but all these are recent. They all sprang up in the last 50 years, in the last 75 years. But the theory of mimesis, mimetic theory, he says it is probably the oldest theory in literary criticism. And he says the third point, it was Plato who introduced the mimetic theory. So dear friends, these are some of the explanations or expositions on the term mimesis. I have talked about Socrates, where he defines arts as imitation of life. Aristotle talks about literature representing or representing life. Sidney says, Aristotle, according to Aristotle, literature is a representation of life. And finally, M.H. Abrams in The Mirror and the Lamb talks about literature as an imitation. And he adds the mimetic theory of arts, the mimetic theory of literature is probably one of the oldest theories in literary criticism. Fine. So that was the first part of my presentation. Now let me go to the second part of the presentation. So in the second part of the presentation, I'll be talking about Plato and mimesis, because I have already prepared the ground to talk about Plato, because it was Plato who introduced the concept of mimesis, not only in the domain of philosophy, but also in literature. So therefore, we have to listen to Plato, what Plato says about mimesis, because he was the first one to talk about, to articulate the mimetic theory of literature. Fine. Now, before I talk about Plato and mimesis, a few questions about Plato. Who is Plato, or who was Plato? Can I have some answers? Who was Plato? I think you people are bright. You answered quite a few questions. Where did he live? who was his disciple or who was his guru? What did he write? Yes? Okay, so the first thing we have to be very clear is Plato, an ancient Greek philosopher. Okay, Plato was an ancient Greek philosopher. Whose Shishya was he? Okay, he was Socrates' student, Socrates' disciple. And whom did he mentor? Aristotle. So Socrates was his guru and Aristotle was his Shishya. Now, what did he write? What did Plato write? Yes? Okay, Republic. That is one of the books of Plato. Okay, so what are the other books? Dialogues of Plato. So the book is called Dialogues of Plato, and we have many editions, but the classical or canonical edition of Plato's dialogue was by Jowett, Jowett. So please remember 4 points about Plato. He was an Athenian philosopher. Athens, Athenian. So he was a Greek philosopher, an Athenian philosopher. He was a disciple of Socrates, and later he became the guru of Aristotle. And his major work is the dialogues. Okay, so it is a dialogue. So what happens in the dialogue? So what is your name? Okay, so this is a dialogue. A dialogue involves two people. So Plato wrote dialogues. So it is a dialogue or a conversation between whom? Okay, so between Socrates and an Athenian. So different characters come in different dialogues. Okay, so one staple character is Socrates. So dialogues, these are conversations between Socrates and one of the Athenians. Okay, fine. Now, a piece of additional information. So you're from St. Xavier's College. Okay, so you're affiliated to Manonmaniam Sundaranar University. So university and academy. Okay, so it was Plato, please listen, it was Plato who set up the modern academy, or at least developed the prototype of the modern academy or the modern university. So we talk of colleges and universities known as academies or academia. Okay, so it was Plato who founded the academy. It was called the academy because it was situated near the sanctuary of his hero, Academus. So his hero was called Academus. So in memory of him, he started a school and called it the academy. So that was the prototype, the model for today's university. Okay, I'll be talking about Aristotle a little later. Now, Aristotle, but after Plato died, Aristotle left the academy. He went back to his own native place and he started his own academy. So what was the academy that Aristotle founded? The quiz. Any answer? So Plato established the academy, a prototype or a model of today's university. So what was the academy that Aristotle established? It starts with L. L-Y. Okay, it is called Lyceum. Okay, I'm sure you've heard of it. Fine, anyway, fine. Okay, so dear friends, that was the short preamble to Plato. Plato was an Athenian philosopher. His guru was Socrates, and his student, his Shishya, was Aristotle. And the most important book that Plato wrote is called Dialogues. Okay, now as far as we are concerned, because I am talking about mimesis, I am talking about imitation. So 3 dialogues are important. Okay, so what are the 3 dialogues? So the first dialogue where Plato talks about mimesis, it is a short dialogue. You can read it 8 to 10 pages and it is easy to comprehend. It is called Ion, I-O-N. It is a short dialogue, less than 10 pages. And the major theme of this dialogue is poetry is something divinely inspired, almost like madness. Okay, so this is what Shakespeare says later. Poets and lunatics, they go together. So poetry is a bit of madness. A poet is a bit of a madman. So the main theme of the dialogue titled Ion, I-O-N, is poetry as something divinely inspired. So in Eon, Plato talks about mimesis very briefly. Then there is another dialogue, a slightly longish one. It is called the Symposium. And the main theme of Symposium is Eros, E-R-O-S. And Eros is also translated loosely as love, L-O-V-E. So Eros. So Symposium, that is another dialogue by Plato. And the major theme of Symposium is Eros, translated roughly into English as love. So it is in this dialogue also Plato talks about mimesis. So in Eon, he talks about mimesis. In Symposium also, he talks about mimesis. But the fullest depiction or explication of mimesis is found in Republic. Okay, and please remember Republic, the title is Republic, but it is not one book. There are 10 books. Okay, so together it is called Republic. Anyway, I will talk about it a little later. Fine. Now, what does Plato say about mimesis? Okay, I will answer this question a little later. Now, very briefly, I want to talk about Plato's philosophy, particularly his metaphysics. So what did I say? Very briefly, I will talk about Plato's philosophy, particularly metaphysics. Now, when we talk about any philosophy, whether we talk of Western philosophy or Eastern philosophy, whether we talk of British philosophy or French philosophy or German philosophy, basically we talk about 4 domains. What are the 4 domains? We talk of metaphysics, we talk of epistemology, we talk of logic, we talk of ethics. Okay, so logic, how to speak coherently and convincingly and persuasively. So that is logic. What is ethics? My actions, are they right or wrong? Or what I say, is it true or false? Okay, so ethics deals with behavior, right or wrong, legitimate or illegitimate, acceptable or unacceptable. We also talk of research ethics. Okay, so logic talks of speaking or writing coherently and convincingly. Ethics talks of one's behavior, and then finally we judge it, whether it is acceptable or not acceptable. Then epistemology, from the Greek episteme, it talks about the theory of knowledge. What is knowledge? How do we acquire knowledge? What is true? What is false? So that would be the domain of epistemology. Metaphysics. Look at the word metaphysics. Metaphysics. What is physics? The physical world, what we see, what we look around, what we touch, what we gather through the 5 senses. That would be the physical world, the sensible world. When I say sensible world, means what is available through the 5 senses. Okay, so the microphone that I see, the microphone that I touch, or the microphone that I smell or speak into. So this would be the physical world. Okay, so there is another world beyond. That is signified by the prefix meta. So you have the physical world, the real world, the observable world. So when you go out of the Kausanal hall, so when you go out of the hall, you come to the main road. So what do you see on the main road? You see buses, lorries, trees, pedestrians. So that is the physical world. Okay, but there is another world which transcends, which goes beyond the physical world. So that is the metaphysical world. Okay, you may call it heaven. So it is not a totally wrong answer. So it is not the correct answer, but it is not a totally wrong answer. Now let us come back to Plato. Now, according to Plato's or Platonic metaphysics or ontology, there are 2 worlds. I repeat, so according to Plato, according to his metaphysics, there are 2 worlds. So what are the 2 worlds? The physical world, and this is the physical world. So the physical world, then there is another world that transcends, that goes beyond the physical world. That is the metaphysical world. Okay, maybe I can point my finger upstairs. Upstairs means not to the ceiling. So if you ask me where is the metaphysical world and who governs the metaphysical world, So Plato would give us two answers. It is somewhere above in a place shining with light. So this is how he describes the metaphysical world. And it is governed by, he doesn't use the word God. Instead, he uses the word demiurge, D-E-M-I-U-R-G-E. Okay, so please remember two things. Number one, the physical world, and transcending the physical world, there is a metaphysical world. Maybe you can call it heaven, but Plato doesn't use the term, and it is governed or ruled by a demiurge. And please remember, according to Plato, that is the real world. This is not the real world. Okay, so please remember, according to Plato, according to Platonic metaphysics, the metaphysical world is the real world, and the physical world or the sensible world or the empirical world, that is not the real world. So what is this world then? So in Plato's metaphysics, in Plato's philosophy, this world, when I say this world, what we see around us, I can see you, you can see me. So this hall or outside this hall, so this world is only a mimesis, an imitation, a copy of that world. So we are all copies. We are all shadows. We are all Xerox copies. So where is the original? The original exists elsewhere. And this is called the theory of ideas or the theory of forms. Look at the word theory of forms. So which means when you talk of goodness with a capital G, when you talk of virtues with a capital V, when you talk of beauty, all virtues, goodness, truth, beauty, all with caps, they all exist there. So that is the theory of ideas or the theory of forms. So in other words, if I can summarize Plato's arguments, it goes like this. Okay, there are two worlds. So it is a dualistic metaphysics. So there are two worlds. We have the, in our perspective, this is the actual world, this is the real world. But in Plato's perspective, this is not the real world, this is not the actual world. This is only a shadow, an imitation, a copy, because the original exists elsewhere in a metaphysical world which is governed by a demiurge. So that is the first point. Then Plato says, this world is only a shadow, a copy, an imitation, a photocopy, fine. So which means, if I can give a silly example, not a stupid example, if I can give a silly example, you take this water bottle. Okay, so Plato says the original copy exists elsewhere. Plato doesn't talk about the water bottle. The example that he gives is a bed, B-E-D, bed. Okay, in some translations, it is a couch, C-O-U-C-H. Okay, or you take Plato's own example, bed. Okay, the bed that you have in your house, or the bed that you have in the Jesuit quarters, the bed that I have in my house. Plato would tell me, no, 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 that is not a real bed. Okay, philosophically. Okay, so that is not the real bed or the real couch. The real bed exists elsewhere in the metaphysical world. And this is according to his theory of ideas or the theory of forms. Okay, so which means the original bed or the actual bed exists in the metaphysical world, and what we have in your house and my house and elsewhere, that is only a copy or a shadow or an imitation. And I will use this expression, it is once removed from reality, once, O-N-C-E. Okay, fine. Now imagine, she is a painter. Okay, so the professor from Scott Christian College, Nagarkoil, she is a painter. What does she do? She draws a picture of the cot or the couch in her house. Okay, so I'm sure you understand this example. She has a cot and she is a painter. Maybe she is fascinated with the cot that she has in the house. So when she is bored, when she is free, when she is inspired, what does she do? She takes a sheet of paper and some crayons or some watercolor, whatever it is, and then she draws the cot or the couch in her house. What is it? Twice removed from reality. So the original bed exists elsewhere in the metaphysical world. the bed that she has in her house, in her bedroom, so that is a copy of the original once remote from reality. And when she produces a painting, or maybe she writes a poem, or maybe she writes a short story in Tamil, what happens? That is a copy of a copy, an imitation of an imitation. So therefore, according to Plato, poetry is not once but twice removed from reality. Not once but twice. Okay. In other words, I have a book, a very precious book. Professor Twin Anthony says, oh, this is a precious book. I have been searching for this book for the last 2 years, 3 years. I did not find it anywhere. Can you please lend it to me? I'll make a photocopy. I'll make a Xerox copy. So Professor Anthony, he collects the copy from me and he makes a photocopy. Then his colleague, sir, I too need to make a photocopy. So what does he do? Professor Anthony makes a copy and returns the original to me. So he has the photocopy. So what is your name? Okay, Richard. What does Richard do? What does Professor Richard do? He borrows the photocopy that Professor Anthony has made, and from that photocopy, he makes a second photocopy. So according to Plato, this is poetry. It is an imitation of an imitation, a copy of a copy. So therefore, it is not once, but twice removed from reality. I'm sure you get the idea, basic idea. Fine. Now, I am sure this essay is prescribed in your syllabus, in your curriculum, Philip Sidney Apology for Poetry, yes? Okay, so he talks about a man called Stephen Gosson. Okay, Stephen Gosson, fine. He wrote an essay called, very good, School of Abuse. And what does he write in that particular essay? He levels 4 charges against poetry. Okay, so Stephen Gosson, he wrote an essay. Okay, he was not much recognized, so therefore he was a frustrated individual. He wanted to attack Sydney. So therefore, just to irritate Sydney, he dedicated the essay that he wrote to Sydney, and the essay is called School of Abuse. So what is the content of that essay? He levels 4 charges against poetry. Do you remember the charges? Okay, yes. Okay, fine. Then anything else? Okay, so fine. So the 4 charges, poetry is a waste of time. Yes? No. So poetry is a waste of time. Poets are liars. Poetry is the nurse of abuse. And the last one is an important one. Plato did not want poets in his ideal commonwealth or republic. Okay, so you remember the 4th charge. So Philip Sidney says, not Philip Sidney, Stephen Gosson, according to Stephen Gosson in the School of Abuse, which was dedicated to Philip Sidney, Plato did not want poets in his ideal commonwealth or ideal republic. Okay, fine. Now there are 2 questions. Did Plato actually say this? Anyway, let us not go into that. Yes, Plato said it, but not in a direct way, but in an indirect or in an oblique manner. Fine. But the question that we have to raise is, why? On what basis? On what grounds did Plato want to exile poets from his ideal commonwealth? There must be some reason, some legitimate reason as to why Plato did not want poets in his ideal commonwealth. Fine. Now, to answer this, Plato makes a fine distinction between philosophers on the one hand and poets on the other. So we have 2 groups of people. On the one hand, we have philosophers, and on the other, we have poets. Okay, now whom does Plato prefer? Whom does Plato prefer? So we have 2 groups of people, we have 2 categories of people, we have philosophers and we have poets. So whom does Plato prefer? Because he was himself a philosopher, fine. So Plato prefers philosophers to poets. Why? Now the answer is very simple. According to Plato, philosophers have access to truth. I repeat, philosophers have access to truth. How and why? It is through reason. Who is a philosopher? One who uses his mind, one who uses his thinking capacities, one who uses his cognitive capacities, reason, rationality, arivipurvamaga. That person is a philosopher. Whereas a poet, according to Plato, on the contrary, depends a lot on his emotions rather than reason. Okay, so two distinctions. What are the two distinctions? A philosopher relies heavily on reason, whereas a poet relies heavily on emotions. And who has access to truth? Who will attain truth? Who has access to truth? The one who uses reason rather than emotions, he or she has access to truth. So therefore, according to Plato, according to Platonic philosophy, philosophers have access to truth because they use reason. They do not depend on emotions. On the contrary, poets, because they depend on emotions, they do not have access to truth. Fine. So dear friends, I think I have taken a lot of time to talk about Plato. So let me conclude the discussion of Plato. I just want to read a short quote taken from the Norton Anthology. Just 3 sentences. With that, I will complete my discussion of Plato and Nemesis. So this is a quote from the Norton Anthology of Theory and Criticism. So this would summarize the discussion. Basically, there are 3 ideas. So the first one, according to Plato, Nemesis is imitation, and poetry is not once but twice removed from reality because it is a copy of a copy. And the third one, poets are not encouraged to stay on in his ideal commonwealth or republic because they easily give in to their emotions, whereas philosophers, they rely on reason, as a result of which they have a better access to truth than poets. Fine. Now, there is an additional point. Plato would like to look at arts, particularly poetry, not in aesthetic terms, but on the basis of ethics. Okay, you watch a film and then I ask you, is it a good film? What will be your answer? You read a novel. I ask you, is it a good novel? You read a short story. I ask you, is it a good short story? So how do you come to conclusions? You say this is a good short story, or this is not a good short story, or this is a good film, or this is a bad film. So on what basis do we arrive at judgments, or on what basis do we come to conclusions? As students of literature and criticism, we come to conclusions on the basis of aesthetics. Okay, so this film has been aesthetically conceived. Or look at the aesthetics that is abundant in the short story. But Plato says, no, don't talk about aesthetics. I want to know whether this is a good short story or a good film, not on aesthetic basis, but on ethical basis, because he is basically a moralist. Okay, fine. So here is the short quote from the Norton Anthology. So there are 3 sentences. I will read it and wrap up the discussion on Plato and Nemesis. For Plato, the material world, that is the physical world, the real world that we see and encounter every day, the material world is at best an imperfect copy of the original transcendental world of ideas. And poetry is but a degraded copy of a copy. So this would summarize the entire discussion on Plato. So dear friends, as I told you, my talk is divided into 5 parts. So the first part of the discussion talks about what is Nemesis, and I have already answered this question. So the second part of the discussion, I told you I will deal with Plato and Nemesis, and I have talked about it extensively. So in the third part of my presentation, I would like to talk about, we have already listened to what Plato has got to say about Nemesis. Now we will listen to Aristotle. So Aristotle and Nemesis. In particular, I would like to pay attention to some of the areas where Aristotle disagrees with his own guru. Is it good to disagree with your guru? After all, he's your guru, you are his Sishya. So anyway, so Aristotle walks along with Plato up to a certain point, and then he takes another route. He takes a different tack, and then he disagrees. So where does he agree and where does he disagree? I will talk about it a little later. Fine. Now, who is Aristotle? Okay, very briefly, I'll just give you 3 points. Okay, so as we all know, Aristotle was the Sishya of Plato, and later he became the guru to Alexander the Great. Okay, so what is the lineage? What is the tradition? We have Socrates, and Socrates' Sishya was Plato, and Plato's Sishya was Aristotle, and Aristotle's Sishya was Alexander the Great. So that is the lineage. Fine. Now, if you talk of Western philosophy, I have been talking a lot of Western philosophy because I am a student of philosophy and I am also a teacher of philosophy. So Aristotle, Western philosophy begins with Plato and Aristotle. Okay, so such is the position of Plato and Aristotle. So Western philosophy begins with Plato and Aristotle. So together they constitute the starting point of Western philosophy itself. Fine. Anyway, now we are not going to talk about Aristotle and Aristotelian philosophy. Instead, we want to talk about Aristotle's literary critical contribution with reference to me. So the thing that we have to raise is, what is Aristotle's view? What is Aristotle's view? What is Aristotle's perspective on mimesis? Fine. Now, should we search for answer to this question? Aristotle say on mimesis. So that is the question. So can you hear me? Is the mic okay? Okay, thank you. So the question is, what did Aristotle say on mimesis? So where will you get the answer? In which book of Aristotle should you search for the answer? Okay, Poetics. Okay, Poetics. So what is Poetics? What is Poetics? What is Poetics? You have been answering a lot of questions. Okay, fine. So Poetics, very often students are confused between these two words, poetics and poetry. Okay, so some students think poetics is all about poetry. No, poetics talks about the theory of literature. I repeat, poetics talks about the theory of literature, particularly drama, very specially tragedy. And please remember, Aristotle was an empirical philosopher. What is the meaning of empirical? Whatever he wrote, particularly with reference to tragedy, that was based on his own experience. He went to the theater, he watched tragedies, he witnessed tragedies, he came back to his house, he reflected on what he saw, and then he deduced certain observations. So he was an empirical philosopher. Fine. Okay. So Poetics, I'm sure some of you have read Poetics or at least bits and fragments, if not the entire book. Okay, fine. So this is the second paragraph of Poetics. Okay, so the first paragraph is a very short paragraph. So the second paragraph, okay, so I will read out the second paragraph of Poetics, one sentence. Okay, so please listen to me. Epic and tragic composition, and indeed comedy, dithyrambic composition, and most sorts of music for wind and stringed instruments are all considered as a whole representations. Okay, so what is the title of your seminar? Representation. And representation, the Greek word for representation is mimesis. So what I read out to you is the second paragraph of Aristotle's Poetics. I will read it again because it is a very short sentence. So epic and tragic composition, and he includes comedy, dithyrambic composition, and he doesn't stop with literature, he extends it. Most sorts of music for wind and stringed instruments. And he concludes, they are all considered representations. Okay, and what is the Greek word for representation? The Greek word for representation is mimesis. And how do we translate the word mimesis? Imitation. Okay, so Poetics, right at the outset, in the second paragraph itself, Aristotle makes it crystal clear that literature, particularly poetry, is a representation, is an imitation. Now we have to raise an important question. All right, literature is an imitation. But we need to ask another question. What is the question we need to raise? Imitation of what? Okay, I'm sure you follow me. Okay, so in Poetics, the second paragraph, Aristotle makes it very clear. Aristotle makes it abundantly clear that literature, not only literature, but even music, the other arts as well, they are all representations. They are all imitations. Now the question is, imitation of what? Okay, so Aristotle gives us two answers. Fine. Not just the real, but the improbable as well. I'll explain. Okay, so the question is, what should literature imitate? Or what should music imitate? What should painting imitate? So Aristotle gives us two answers. So the first answer is not only the real, but also the probable. What might happen? What could happen? நடந்தது மட்டும் இல்ல, நடக்கலாம் என்று நாம் நினைப்பதையும் ஒரு கவிஞன் சொல்ல வேண்டும். So what has happened, what is happening, what could happen, what might happen. So that also should be the province of an artist, particularly a poet. So not just the real, but also the probable. So the question is, literature is an imitation. Imitation of what? So we have two answers. So the first answer is not just the real, but also the probable. So this is the first answer. The second answer is not just the universals, but also the particulars. I'm sure you're familiar with these two terms. Okay. So the question is, yes, literature is an imitation, arts is an imitation, a representation, but what does it represent? What does it imitate? What does it mimic? So the answer is not just what has happened, but what might happen, as long as it is plausible. Okay, so what is the last word that I use? As long as it is plausible. நடக்கலாம். அதையும் ஒரு கவிஞன் சேர்த்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். So not only the real, but also the probable, and not just the universals, but also the particulars. Okay. Now, dear friends, there are some fundamental differences between the way Plato looks at mimesis on the one hand and Aristotle looks at mimesis on the other. I will come to it very shortly. But before that, I would like to, since I'm running short of time, I would like to wind up the third part of the discussion. So in the second part of the discussion, I talked about in an extensive manner, what did Plato say on mimesis? So in the third part, very briefly, Aristotle and Aristotle's views on imitation. So it is here that I would like to read out something from Poetics. Okay, so there are 3 points. Please listen carefully. Aristotle maintained that artistic imitation may present things either more beautiful or less beautiful than they are. Okay, fine. Now, what is the example that I gave earlier? Here is a water bottle and here is a painter. One of you, and the painter is bored with my lecture. So what does he do? Or what does she do? Takes a sheet of paper and draws up this bottle. Okay, fine. Now, what are the different ways in which this bottle could be represented? You go to painting. Okay, you have the Renaissance painters. How do they depict reality? That would be Plato's standard. They depict reality as it is. A true version of life, a true version of reality, a faithful version of reality. Okay. But then we have the Modernist painters, we have the Surrealist painters, we have the Impressionist painters. I'm sure you're familiar with Renoir, Monet, Claude Monet, some of the Dutch painters or Vincent van Gogh. Okay, so somebody has to tell you these are sunflowers, and one of the most beautiful paintings of Vincent van Gogh is the sunflowers. But someone has to tell you these are sunflowers. Inga the sunflower. Okay, so which means this is what Aristotle says. Plato says, like a Renaissance painter, like Michelangelo or Raphael, it has to be exact. It has to be faithful to the original. So that could be imitation, but the imitation could be creative as well. Okay, so the best example is you look at the painters, the Dutch painters in particular. Okay, or you look at Van Gogh, Claude Monet, Renoir. Okay, so they say these are sunflowers. Where are the sunflowers? Okay, but what will be the author's answer? What will be the painter's answer? They are called impressionists. What is that school of painting called? Impressions. Okay, impressionistic. So what is their answer? Their answer is beautiful. If you want the sunflower to be reproduced faithfully, exactly, accurately, you do not need a painter, you need a photographer. Yes? Don't you think this is a brilliant answer? If you want the sunflower, or if you want the church, the beautiful church, to be depicted, to be represented as it is, to produce an exact replica or an exact version, you don't need a painter, you need a photographer. And who are these painters? They are called impressionistic. Look at the word impressionistic. So they would argue, I am not going to paint the sunflower as it is. My impressions of the sunflower. How do I look at the sunflower? So which means Aristotle says, while Plato says it has to be a faithful version, the mimesis has to be faithful, exact, accurate. Aristotle differs with Plato, and then he says, yes, you imitate, but you imitate it creatively. It need not be slavishly, not a slavish or a servile imitation. So that is point number one. Point number two, it also may present them such as they could or ought to be. This is what I said earlier. So imitate what? Not just what happened, but what might happen, what could happen. So that is the second point. And the third point is, it can and ought to limit itself to their characteristics, which are general, typical, and essential. In other words, not just the universals, but also the particulars. Okay, so dear friends, I have completed 3 parts of my presentation. So in the first part, I talked about what is mimesis. In the second part, Plato and what Plato has said on mimesis. In the third part, Aristotle and mimesis. How did Aristotle look at mimesis? Now in the fourth part, I think I will complete with this. So what time do I wind up? Another 10 minutes? Okay, fine. Okay, so I will complete that talk on hermeneutics. I think that can wait for another day. Okay, another day, another podium, fine. So now we come to the last part of the presentation, which is an important part. Like I have been talking about Plato, and I have also been talking about Aristotle. So Plato's views on mimesis and Aristotle's views on mimesis. Now the question is, do they agree or do they disagree? If they agree, where do they agree? What are the points of similarities? What are the points of convergence? If they disagree, on what grounds do they disagree? So what are the points of divergence? Okay, so I will talk about it, and with that I'll be done. Okay, so the first thing that we have to realize is the similarity is, please remember Plato came first and Aristotle was Plato's student. Okay, and the Guru Sishya tradition. So Aristotle has obviously, okay, no doubt, obviously has a lot of respect, has a lot of reverence for his Guru, for his master. So the first thing that we have to realize is there is a lot of convergence. I repeat, there is a lot of convergence. There is a lot of similarity between the way Aristotle talks about mimesis and the way Plato talks about mimesis. Okay. In other words, and this is a quote that I have taken from the book Mimesis, published by Routledge, authored by Podolsky. So he says, both Plato and Aristotle agree that mimesis is a key feature of poetry. So this is the fundamental agreement between Plato and Aristotle. So Plato argues that poetry, literature, arts, they are based on mimesis, and Aristotle also agrees that arts, particularly poetry, particularly tragedy, is based on mimesis, is based on imitation. Fine. But where do they disagree? They disagree on two important counts. What are the two important counts? I have already made this fine distinction between philosophers and poets. Okay, so who has access to truth? According to Plato, not the poets. Instead, the philosophers have access to truth. On what basis? Because according to Plato, philosophers use reason, use rationality, not so much their feelings and emotion. So therefore, they have a better access to truth than poets. Whereas the poets, they are caught up with their own feelings and emotions. They use less of reason and more of emotions. Therefore, they do not have access to truth. So which means the first major difference between Plato and Aristotle, as far as their conception of mimesis is concerned, goes like this. This is a quote. Whereas Plato regards mimesis as a dangerous and potentially a corrupt imitation of reality. I repeat. So Plato looks at mimesis as something dangerous. Why? As something corrupt. Why? Because it is a copy of the copy, and poets do depend on emotions rather than reason. So Plato looks at mimesis as something dangerous, whereas Aristotle treats it as a foundational aspect of human nature with its own internal rules and proper effects. If you go back to Poetics, Aristotle says all of us are mimetic beings. We like to imitate. Babies like to imitate their parents, particularly their mothers. Students like to imitate their teachers. So we all tend to imitate. So basically, human beings are given to imitation. We are mimetic human beings. So this is the first difference between Plato and Aristotle. So what is the first difference? Plato has a negative attitude towards mimesis, whereas Aristotle has a positive attitude towards mimesis. Not only does he have a positive attitude towards mimesis, in fact, he even declares that human beings are given to mimesis. It is in their nature, it is in their character. So this is the first major difference. The second major difference is, this is a quote, as I said earlier, from Podolsky, from the book Mimesis, the monograph Mimesis, and I will read out the second difference. And whereas Plato associates mimesis with violence and extreme emotions and the irrational, this is the first part. The second part, Aristotle regards it as a rational and fully valid practice. Okay, so Aristotle says it is natural to imitate. There is nothing wrong about it. It is natural. Whereas according to Plato, he associates mimesis with violence, extreme emotions, and the rational. Okay, so in other words, dear friends, let me wind up. So I want to stress 3 points. So what are the 3 points? The first point is, how do we define literature? How do we define the arts? We define literature as a mirror of life, as a representation of life, as a mimesis of life. And we all know that it all started with Plato and his dialogue. So this is the first point that I wanted to emphasize. The second point is, all discussion of mimesis, it starts with Plato and his dialogue. But unfortunately, Plato had a negative conception of mimesis because he thought of mimesis as a copy of a copy, a shadow of a shadow. So therefore, he looked down upon poetry as something twice remote from reality. Whereas Aristotle, he said two things. Number one, he says, by nature, by character, we are all given to imitation. We are mimetic human beings. And he says that imitation is something natural. And how does he define drama? How does he define tragedy? Aristotle, he defines it as an imitation of action. And he talks about the 6 elements of tragedy. Okay. So finally, dear friends, we have to talk about hermeneutics, but we don't have time. But then I want to finish it in one sentence. So whatever we imitate, whether it is in the verbal medium or in the non-verbal medium, that should be critiqued, that should be interpreted. In other words, we should bring in hermeneutics, and that would be the connection or the synthesis or the synergy between mimesis on the one hand and hermeneutics on the other. So I take this opportunity to thank all of you for patiently listening to me, and I thank Professor Twin Anthony in a very special way for extending this invitation to me. Okay, so thank you all and wish you all the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's time to raise questions, your doubts, clarifications. You're very clear about the thoughts. Yeah, please.
Very good afternoon, sir. This is Thamari Selvi from Lady Doc College, Madurai. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving a very intensive talk about the aspects of mirror of life and mimesis. And I wanted to ask that, according to your opinion, do you consider only if a poet transform himself as an impressionist, will it considered worth to be a poet, or can just a poet be a poet without the act of impressionist?
Okay, Thamari Selvi, thanks for the question. Now, different people have different perspectives. Okay. But personally, the perspective that I have is, yes, literature is an imitation, but a creative imitation. Okay, so it needs to be creative, it needs to be original, it needs to be different from how others have depicted reality. If I'm going to reproduce and rehash what has already been said, what has already been depicted and presented, and where is the originality? Where is my creativity? Okay, so literature is an imitation, but a creative imitation. No, thank you.
Okay, sir, thank you. And with the permission of the organizer, I would like to present my book, which I have authored to the guest of honor. Shall I, sir? Shall I?
I'll be happy to receive it.
Thank you, thank you.
From which college are you?
I'm from Lady Doc College, Madurai.
Okay, okay, fine.
It's a collection of poetry, which is written by me, sir, published in July 2021. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So we congratulate for the
Thank
book
you,
of poetry.
organizers, for providing me the opportunity.
Any other questions? Yes. Sridhar.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Satya from St. Xavier's College, third year BA English Literature. Sir, we have talked about how literature has been an imitation of life, right, sir? Sir, according to the current trends, have people started imitating the literature in their life? Is that happening, sir?
That's also happening. We talk about fiction being stranger than reality. Okay, so that also may happen. Basically, it is an imitation, but in a very different way. Okay, like if I can put it this way, usually what happens is a film represents reality, a novel represents reality, a short story represents reality, but then we say the truth can be even stranger than fiction. Okay, so this is a way of saying, okay, basically it is an imitation, but imitation not in the way that we expected it, not on expected lines, but something very different. So that is why we use this expression. Don't take it literally, take it metaphorically, meaning like it is something unbelievable or incredible.
Thank you.
I thought you were proposing the vote of thanks.
We are in the era of information technology. So many truths are found. It is there. So, is there any way to identify which is the truth? So, do you propose any strategy to that? So, how to respond to that more information that we come across every day? Because many people are misled by it.
Okay, this is Dr. Joachim, Department of English in Xavier's College. Now, I don't have an answer to this question, but then very briefly, I will talk of postmodernism, very briefly. I'm not going to give another lecture, but that is one of my favorite topics, postmodernism. Okay, what is postmodernism? How do we define postmodernism? We define postmodernism as the death of a meta-narrative. Okay, what is a meta-narrative? If I can give the example, is truth one or is truth many, multiple? So that is the question he has asked. There are many versions of the truth. So earlier, the classical tradition, there can be only one truth. Either he is speaking the truth or I am speaking the truth. If I am speaking the truth, then he is not speaking the truth. If he is speaking the truth, then I am not speaking the truth. But postmodernism says, what is the spelling of truth? Earlier, it was capital T, R-U-T-H. But today, the spelling of truth is small t, R-U-T-H, and please add S. So meaning, postmodernism has announced the death of a meta-narrative or a grand narrative in the sense there is no truth in the singular, there are truths in the plural sense. So truth is multiple, truth is plural. It all depends on perspective. Okay, the way I look at it, it appears to me. Maybe you look at it different way. Okay, a very silly example. I have an apple. This side is rotten, this side is fine. Okay, I show it to you and then ask, this is a good apple. From my point of view, yes, it is good. From your point of view, it is bad. You are right and I am also right. Okay, so postmodernism talks about multiple truths. Okay, plurality of truths. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Anyway, nice meeting all of you because after the pandemic, I think we have all come together. Otherwise, it was online. But even this seminar, I think, is a hybrid mode. But nothing like meeting in person, a face-to-face interaction. So I thank the organizers, particularly Professor Trin Anthony, for giving me this occasion. Thank you. Nice meeting all of you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for your doubts and clarifications you have raised. we come to the end of the session. Let me ask Mrs. M. Roslyn Lourdes Rebecca, Assistant Professor of English, to propose the vote of thanks.
Give thanks to the Lord for his good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Chronicles chapter 16, verse 34. Sweet are the memories of tradition, and showing our gratitude is a part of it. I deem it a great privilege to stand before you to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone could say, says Alice Walker. I feel immensely happy to thank Reverend Father Dr. Mariadas S.J., the principal of our college, for his stewardship, support, and commitment. We could offer nothing but thank you, dear Father. For my part, I'm almost contented just now and very thankful. Gratitude is a divine emotion. It fills the heart, says Charlotte Bronte. It is my proud privilege to express my thanks to the keynote speaker of the conference, Dr. A. Joseph Dureraj, Professor of English, School of English and Foreign Languages, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Dindigul, who despite his busy schedule has found time to grace the occasion. Sir, we are really contented after listening to you. I'm sure the participants could understand each and every word of your lecture on mimesis, and the lecture was both down to earth and at the same time made us transcended into the metaphysical world. Thank you once again, dear sir. I can no other answer make but thanks and ever thanks, says William Shakespeare. My heartfelt thanks to all the participants and paper presenters who have taken pains to come here from far and near to share and widen your knowledge. I too, like Shakespeare, can no other answer make but thanks and ever thanks to each and every participants and paper presenters. Thank you, one and all.
There are two announcements. There is a book for sale authored by Dr. A. Joseph Dureraj. The title of the book is Frequently Asked Questions, FAQs on Research in Literature and Language, published by Emerald Publishers 2019. It costs 250 rupees. There are 200 questions vital to research and answered in an easy to understand manner. So it's available in the registration desk. You can get a copy of it. Okay, that's first information. And then second, for the kind attention of the participants, those who are not registered, your name and institution at the registration desk outside this
parts of the globe and who are participating over there, warm greetings to all of you. I am Tamim Ansari. I teach at the Department of English, University of Zazan, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I like to start this session with a note of apology. I was expecting to be there participating in the seminar, but unfortunately because of certain engagement intervening and my travel dates coinciding with this date of seminar, I've not been able to physically present. concept of identity gets reflected, how it has been perceived. I like to give you a brief overview, a kind of trajectory of different opinions on this particular topic. And finally, I like to focus on the post-human perspective, which is so dominating in the world that we live in today. The question that we need to ask ourselves is this: why this topic at this point of time? I believe this topic generates so much of interest. I would even say it generates so much of heat and dust. The reason is obvious. It is politically dominating. It's academically engaging. You must have seen lots of researches being carried out today. People are focusing on different aspects of identity construction from post-colonial, post-structural, postmodern perspectives. So researchers looking at identity construction issues from sociological perspectives, socio-cultural perspectives, linguistic perspectives, all these different perspectives conglomerate, complement with one another. It's so interesting. If we happen to look through all these perspectives, we will be able to understand the pattern. That's what I am going to focus here. And as you all know, the theme of identity, the concept of identity, it is linked with scholars who are watching this program from different parts of the globe and who are participating over there. Warm greetings to all of you. I am Tamim Ansari. I teach at the Department of English, University of Zazan, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I like to start this session with a note of apology. There, participating in this seminar, but unfortunately because of certain engagement intervening, and my travel dates coinciding with this date of seminar, I've not been able to physically present. Kindly accept my apologies. Hence, I'm making this small presentation. The topic of this presentation: semantic entanglement in identity construction, post-human perspectives. Before I start the session, I like to make a few statements so that the transaction is going to be clearer. What can we expect from this presentation? I like to touch upon the theoretical foundations which all are underlining the process of identity construction in literature. How the concept of identity gets reflected, how it has been perceived. I like to give you a brief overview, a kind of trajectory of different opinions on this particular topic. And finally, I like to focus on the post-human perspective, which is so dominating in the world that we live in today. The question that we need to ask ourselves is this: why this topic at this point of time? I believe this topic generates so much of interest. I would even say it generates so much of heat and dust. The reason is obvious. It is politically dominating. It's academically engaging. You must have seen lots of researches being carried out today. People are focusing on different aspects of identity construction from post-colonial, post-structural, postmodern perspectives. So researchers looking at identity construction issues from sociological perspectives, socio-cultural perspectives, linguistic perspectives, all these different perspectives conglomerate, complement with one another. It's so interesting. If we happen to look through all these perspectives, we will be able to understand the pattern. That's what I am going to focus here. And as you all know, the theme of identity, the concept of identity, it is linked with so many different issues of humanity, many different issues. Among them, two major issues are belongingness and freedom. We'll be debating the meanings of these in post-human context. What does it mean to be belonging in post-human world? What does it mean to be freedom in post-human world? Is freedom a myth? Is it possible to be free at a point of time wherein there is surveillance? We are being watched, observed. We are being monitored. There are lots and lots of devices. Google is doing its best. Amazon doing its best. Twitter is doing its best. Facebook doing its best. In this context, can I be free? Can I form my own opinion? Or my opinions are being exploited? You know, in postmodern, post-human context, we use the word algorithm. Feelings are algorithm. It's a world of dataism. So we'll be looking deeper into this particular issue of freedom in the context of post-human context. Then, another question that most scholars might be asking: why do we keep talking about identity? Why identity a dominating topic? The reason is that identity becomes today is an issue. Identity is an issue today. The reason is that it is in crisis. Whether you like it or hate it, that's the fact. Identity, it could be religious identity, identity connected to language, identity connected to so many other factors. So identity today, a very important topic because identity is in crisis. How we have actually come to this? What are the factors, what are the reasons contributed to this complicity? What are the reasons and factors contributed to this condition? There are plenty, among them 3 factors. The first one, immigrant numbers. increase in immigrant numbers because of the migration, because of the easy travel that people keep traveling, crossing the borders. So because of the increase in immigrant numbers, it's the first reason. And because of the evolution of hybrid nation as a result of increase in immigrant numbers. So increase in immigrant numbers and evolution of hybrid nation as a result of that. The third one, construction of nation with multiple identities. All these three are not different. All these three are interrelated, connected. But in post-human world, we would not be actually looking at countries and continents as separate entities. We'll be bringing all these things together under one umbrella. And that's the reason why this topic has been so engaging and very, very difficult for us to carry forward and listen until we have clarity on this. So the questions are how identities are constructed in literature, how that construction gets reflected over there, what are the different theoretical discourses taking place on this particular idea of identity construction, the future of this study, that is post-human identity construction, the concept of belongingness and freedom, how can we look at these two terms in post-human context, then free will and algorithm, connection between these two. Then lastly, when I say I belong to a country, to a nation, I need to admit that there is a cost, there is a price which involved in this belonging. We always look at the concept of belonging in one way. That's affective sense of identification with a nation, country, culture, religion and all. But as a result of this identification, that which I am identified with, the body with which I am identified, that body, that larger body, takes it as a matter of right to claim me as their possession. So as a result of that particular thing, I become a subject, I become a member, I become a subservient individual. So in this particular context, there are certain rituals, there are certain conditions I need to fulfill to be eligible for that particular membership. So we will be debating this concept of belongingness in this particular paradigm. Now, the basic simple question is, what defines what we are? There are many different ways of answering this question. Then, if you look into different ways, I can say all these ways will fall under this pattern. My actions, what I do, does it define me? That's one way of understanding it. My ideologies, what I believe in, the ideologies I subscribe to, does it define what I am? It could be. Our perceptions, my perception, does it define what I am and who I am? It could be. Others' perception, does it define who I am? It could be. So actions, ideologies, our perceptions and others' perceptions. This is how we look at identity. Now let's try to look at one important statement. Gillian Rose, one who teaches cultural geography in America, in Open University in America, she beautifully presents how to define identity in simple, concrete terms. I like to start this presentation with her quote. She says, how we make sense of ourselves. That's what identity is all about. How do we make sense of ourselves? We make sense of ourselves through this construction process. What is that? We construct our identities through our own experiences. The kind of experiences that I have in day-to-day life. So through which my identities are constructed. Through my emotions, through my connections, and through rejections. So my experiences, my connections, my emotions, my rejections, these things define identity construction process according to Gillian Rose. If you turn to Henry Louis Gates talks about identity construction in signifying monkeys. Louis Gates, when he begins that particular chapter on identity issues, he says, identity is non-definable. The language that we use to talk about identity, it's incomplete. Because of that, we don't have proper vocabulary to talk about this. We don't have proper mechanisms of language to talk about it. This is what Louis Gates discusses. And Louis Gates says, what we are known for and what we are known for, that's one thing. Next one is what constitutes what we are is another thing. Let me try to unpack the meanings of these. I may be known for certain things I do. I may be known for certain things I do. That's one thing. The second one is what constitutes what I am is the second thing. Louis Gates here brings out a distinction between changing identity and identity which is non-definable. In other words, there are certain portions in me which keep changing. I like to call that identity queue. For example, if I stand in a queue, you will find lots of people waiting and they'll be getting a chance to transact at the counter. Once the transaction is over, the people will be leaving. Similarly, so many different identities are there at the back of my mind. They are waiting as candidates, waiting for their turn to interact at the counter. Once that particular interaction is over, then that identity disappears, some other identity appears. I may be having multiple identities. I could be a liberal, I could be Tamil, I could be a Muslim, I could be an expatriate, I could be a modern. So there are so many different identities. They are waiting for their turns in queue. So these identities are not conflicting ones. They are changing with changing time. This is what is called identity queue according to Louis Gates. But at the same time, he also says there is something which essentializes what we are. There is something which is integral that never changes. That is what is called identity which is essentializing. Essentializing identity never changes. We are that, but there are things which are ascribed. Those things can change. Here, Louis Gates talks about identity that has been defined by biology. We will debate this concept a little later. Now here, at this point of time, if we were to look at identity construction process by applying theories, which would really help us at a later point of time when we talk about post-human identities. Take for example, in postmodern theories, we look at identity as a changing phenomena. Postmodern perspective is all basic normatives subject to change. All normatives are of fluid category. Nothing going to be fixed. Nothing going to be always ever present. It keeps on changing with changing time and changing situation. This change is extremely important. This change has been necessitated, contributed either because of the convenience or because of the contextual realities, or it could be because of the negotiated, mediated reality. So this is what postmodern interpretation of identity all about. Abdurrazzaq Guna, one who got Nobel Prize for Literature recently, in one of his books, you must have read many, but I like to quote here, Memory of Departure. While writing introduction, he says, shifting of identity. He says, our names, identities, and memories, they keep shifting. So this shifting of identity, this is something that we need to accept in this modern context. So there is nothing fixed, nothing non-negotiable, everything subject to change. But at the same time, in post-colonial perspective, we call identity as a construction. all our thinking conditioned by our ideological and moral commitments. These ideological moral commitments determine our identity. Take, for example, gender, class, religion, all these constructions. You all are aware of the famous statement by Simone de Beauvoir talking about female identity. Simone de Beauvoir beautifully presents that one is not born a woman, but she becomes a woman. So a woman, she becomes because of social pressure. So she says, one is not born, but rather becomes woman. No biological, psychic, or economic destiny can possibly define that the form that human female takes on in this society. That is true. Also, she continues, to perceive the world of reality, we need our eyes and hands. We don't perceive the world of reality through private parts. If that's the case, why that fixation on that particular thing to define female identity? This is the question she asks. It's a very disturbing question. So, if you go beyond that, feminism, female identity, according to feminist theory, they actually talk about the influence of science and technology. The factor here is science and technology influence our lives, but the kind of changes that we have seen in the lives of men, we have failed to see similar changes in the lives of women, which brings to the fact that there are certain factors. The factors could be, political, social, cultural, religious factors which determine female identity. So feminists look at only the forces of oppression, forces which all are interfering here, and resisting and fighting against the forces is that's what's going to define female identity according to Gayatri. So Gayatri Spivak talks about assertion. She says, subalternity is a position without identity. So it's a position without identity. It has no identity of its own. It keeps on changing. So she talks about claiming our right to be identified, what we are. That's the focus here. Now, identities, according to Gayatri Spivak, they are inscribed into your war of positions, because these are all complicated constructions through which we get that name and then we get that identity that we deserve. Chinua Achebe, Toni Morrison, all these writers, they talk about identity process in this level. They say assertion, identifying the forces which oppress you, and then fight against these forces. In that fight, you define your identity. Coming to structuralist perspective, they are of the opinion that no identity beyond our language. Language and structure limit our experiences. We agree. Without language, we don't understand what we mean by belonging. Language limits our understanding of the world of reality. The limits of my language, the limits of my world. In other words, if I'm limited in my language, I'll be limited not just in communication of my experience, I'll be limiting myself in understanding the experience as such. Take, for example, how do we conceive the concept of being? How do we get to know the conception of being? We get to know the conception of being, or we conceive the conception of being through reflection, reflecting upon a sign. It could be a reflection upon a sign or a word or a thought. For a particular word, there could be so many different predicates. In other words, I can say for a particular subject, there could be so many different predicates. So subject becomes true of it merely because predicate attached to it. This we call conception of being. So we get to identify ourselves through what has been attached. The split human in Hegel's philosophy, we get to understand that our identity through realizing the split human. What is split human here? It's as a result of it's a result, or it's just a consequence of the separation between language and referentiality. So this is how structuralists discuss and define identities. Post-structuralists actually they question this particular view. When structuralists actually they perceive the things through structures, post-structuralists actually they question this and they say, the paired ones, they are not actually binaries. They are not opposites. Whereas in post-structuralism, what they say, you need to have the other to recognize the particular being. So, for example, in Toni Morrison's theory, Toni Morrison proposed a theory that talks about how a woman can be identified, how a black can be identified, specifically in the context of black or blackness. Toni Morrison says the essential condition required to construct white identity is black as absence. So we require the identity of black so that white can be identified. This is post-structural view. We need the other to recognize this. To be able to understand, we need to relate what has been pushed to the margin with what is at the center. This is post-structural way of understanding identity. Coming to deconstruction, identity non-definable and meaning subject to change, because once we use language to talk about identity, language is indeterminate, then obviously this particular discussion would lead us nowhere. When we look into all these things, we will understand one simple idea. There is a process involved in it. For example, in postmodern identity construction, identity keeps on changing. In postcolonial identity construction, identity is a construction based on certain factors. Structuralists, they use structures in understanding our identity. Language structuralists question this particular view. They bring in a beautiful compromise between what has been othered with what is at the center. Now, to be able to understand, to be able to interact, we must have plenty of narratives, because narratives would contribute to identity construction. We are living in a context wherein narratives are silenced for the obvious reasons. So we need to encourage, we need to advocate that narrative should be recognized as a genre within broader novel tradition. I would be talking specifically about the role of narrative in identity construction, if possible, at a later point of time in this particular presentation. Now, when we talk about identity construction, I said there are two important points: freedom and belongingness. Let's try to look into the context of belongingness today. What do we mean by belonging? We associate ourselves with a larger power body so that we get a sense of identity. We always do that. We have a nation, we associate ourselves with our nation. We have religion and we associate ourselves with the religion. We have our cultures and languages. We associate. In this association, we get a sense of security, safety, a fulfilling experience. But what is the price that we pay? The carrot and stick. Sanjay Joshi, one who teaches in Arizona University, beautifully talked about this particular phenomena. That phenomena is how meaning of belonging keeps on changing. Sanjay Joshi says, social and cultural practices today, they bring in two dimensions of meaning of this word belonging. The two dimensions are, number one, we associate ourselves with the larger power body so that we get a sense of identity. But at the same time, that which we have been associated with, that particular body takes us as their property. As a result of this takeover, we have lost ourselves. And there are certain drills that we need to perform. We go to stand up when they ask us to stand up, because institutions and nations that we belong, they consider as their belongings. Otherwise, they would call you, well, you don't belong to us. You are anti-Indian. You are anti-Hindu. You are anti-Christian. You are anti-Muslim. They say like this. Why this? It's because they think we are their property. So there are certain norms, there are certain regulations, there are certain expectations we have to adhere, we have to follow. Otherwise, we will be isolated, we will be eliminated. So there is a price that we got to pay for this particular identity. The drills in some context, you must have seen, when particular song, when it is played, that you got to stand up to show allegiance, which is, they say it's a solidarity. It is true. But how about individual rights? You got to sing certain song. You got to dress in particular way. You should not dress in particular way. You got to conform to particular standards. If not, well, you cannot enter. You cannot get into this institution. You cannot get into this particular platform. So these are all the restrictions that are out there. You know that because this is so everywhere. So this is one thing that we need to recognize. Why do we need to recognize this? Once we recognize, then we'll be able to understand more creative ways of belonging. So this particular thing has to be understood, debated, and then negotiated so that we will be able to understand, how much of belonging required and how much of obedience expected as a result of that belonging. Now let's go to post-human perspective. After having discussed this much, I'm going to touch upon post-human perspective of identity construction. What do you mean by, what do we mean by human? What do we mean by belonging? How do post-humans actually look at the world? We must understand, post-humanism is an umbrella term. Post-human perspectives are heterogeneous perspectives, no single perspective. There are so many different ways of understanding this. I like to list out a few important and interesting perspectives here. Take, for example, we have post-human, cultural post-human perspectives. It could be cultural post-human perspectives. It could be critical post-human. It could be philosophical post-human. So cultural post-human, philosophical post-human, critical post-human. We will be discussing these things a short while from now. Then we have transhuman perspectives. Even in transhuman, we have democratic transhuman, libertarian transhuman, transhuman empowered by artificial intelligence. And we have anti-human perspective, which rejects the sovereignty of human. We feel we are at the center. It rejects that particular thing. And then we have new materialism, which is a contemporary perspective regarding the world of realities, regarding art and literature and values. And we have meta-humanism. I'll be discussing that also in this presentation, short from now. And then post-human condition, which is a philosophy. Now coming to cultural post-humanism, what does it do? It examines the foundational assumption. What assumption? It examines the foundational assumptions of humans, nature of humans, and it questions the historical notions of human nature. And this particular questioning is very important. When you question the historical assumption of human, then you are decentering human from the position the humans have been enjoying all these days. It's a kind of decentering, it's a kind of removing the human from the center. This is one thing. We will get back to this. Then we have critical posthumanism, which is a theoretical approach, we all understand. It engages itself in a discourse. It's a discourse of deconstruction of humans. Why can't we understand humans in other way? How can we understand human in relation with other life forms? This is what is called critical posthumanism. In philosophical posthumanism, Ferrando, she has done remarkable research in this field of philosophical posthumanism. She says philosophical posthumanism includes three things. One is posthumanism, next post-anthropocentrism, next post-dualism. These three are three important dimensions of philosophical posthumanism. Post-anthropocentrism, man has been at the center. Today, we have realized as a result of the changes that we have seen in this world, we are nowhere at the center. We have been eliminated. We have been sidelined. This is an important realization. We have to realize, just as we believe we have rights, even other life forms, they too have rights to exist in this world. We have done greater damage in asserting our rights. That's why in meta-humanism, they are actually talking about civilizational failure. They are talking about that we should control our reproduction of humans. We should avoid planetary holocaust. We will be discussing these things possible in this presentation. Now, transhuman, well, by using biological or technological enhancement, using biological technological devices to enhance, to extend, to be able to survive, a cyborg paradigm. Then we have anti-human perspective, which is a theory. It is critical of traditional humanism. And we have new materialism, which is a contemporary perspective on different aspects of life today. Then finally, meta-humanism, which is both a philosophy and pragmatics. Now, today, lots and lots of research is being done in this field, meta-humanism. Let's try to investigate this. I said it's both philosophy. It's a way of understanding the world of reality. It's a way of understanding the limitations of humans. It's a way of understanding other life forms. It's a way of understanding the relationship between us as humans and them as other life forms. Actually, there is a difference between living and life. We are thinking that we live. When I say we live, we are actually thriving on other life forms. So we need to recognize that we are life. I am life. We are life manifestation. And all other life forms, they are manifestation. They have rights in this ecology. We need to recognize that. So in meta-humanism, they talk about two concepts, indeterminacy and variation in movement perception. Indeterminacy, it's a theory of uncertainty, and variation in movement perception. What does it mean? It talks about the process of humans and animals and how they orient themselves, how they interact, and to get to understand themselves and how they are interacting with one another to be able to identify their place. This is what is called their identity. To be able to understand where they belong, to be able to recognize their own limitation. This recognition comes as a result of that interaction with various forces of nature. Also, meta-humanism it's a radical critique. It's a radical critique of regimes. No, we have regimes here. We have structuration. There is a structure. What is the structure? We had humans and nature and all other humans, animals, and all other species. In species cosmopolitanism, we need to bring all these life forms together under one umbrella. We have our own limited space. They too have their own space. We all should interact in a harmonious manner so that this planet will be a safe place. So it is a radical criticism of the regimes. It asks for metahumanism. It asks for human suprematism should come to an end. Undo human suprematism, and it admits civilizational failure. Civilization has failed us. It questions the legacy of enlightenment. Of course, we can't blame it, but it really questions. And it asks for, come on, stop planetary holocaust and care for this body and care for this earth. In post-human condition, if you look at post-human condition, it's a complex and multifaceted philosophy. It is not one thing, it includes so many things. To be able to understand that, let me give this particular clue. It's all about assumptions and definitions of being human and becoming human. So, transhuman, in post-human condition, which is a philosophy, in this philosophy we discuss what it means to be being a human and what it means to be becoming human. There are fundamental questions we need to ask in this particular discourse on identity construction from post-human perspective. The question is this: what does it mean to be a human? The second question, is human a closed notion? Are we tired of it? How do we evolve? How does human evolve? Through adaptation. Think of Darwin's and all. How do we evolve? Through adaptation. How do we evolve today using technological appendages, technology, apparatus, so many devices? How do we evolve? How do we extend, and how do we extend the borders? How do we push the borders? That's one thing. Then cyborgs using technology. And what is normal? What does it mean to be a normal human? What does it mean to be an average? Because normal and average, these are all subjected to culture context and culture conversation. Now, Ihab Hassan, I admire most because my venture into humanism, my venture into this posthumanism, my understanding of posthumanism based on certain theoretical statements, pronouncements of Ihab Hassan. Ihab Hassan doesn't like the term posthumanism. He says, humanism may be coming to an end. It is true, it's coming to an end. But we need to understand, it is not an end. It's a transformation. What's the transformation here? Humans transform themselves. Humans transform themselves into something else. So humans transform themselves into something else. And that something else, that process, we helplessly call posthumanism. So posthumanism is a term of convenience. As a result of helplessness and haplessness, we use this. And there are so many other great writers like Donna Haraway. I think you can start with Donna Haraway's novels, which would give you a clear insight into posthuman dilemma, posthuman perspectives, and Norbert Wiener, Ivan Thomas, Carrie Wolf, Robert Pepperell, posthuman condition. He's a philosopher, and Catherine Hiles and Benjamin Bratton. These are all leading voices in this particular field. There are two perspectives to posthuman study. The first one is critical race theory. You can question the critical race theory, and then you can question the legacy that we have got as a result of enlightenment. We can question the civilizational model, we can question the universal model, and you can question the structuralization of life that has done enough damage. This is one perspective. The second perspective is cyborg paradigm. Cyborg paradigm, it deals with the attempts of humans to extend the limitations. How do we extend the limitations? Through ontological, biological, pharmacological, or medical intervention. There is another angle, which is postcolonial angle. It questions this postcolonial angle. It questions the idea of critical race theory. What does it do? The critical race theory, it classifies humans into various categories. Take, for example, we have anthropocentric biases. It is actually from, it's a legacy of enlightenment. We cannot escape from this particular view. But at the same time, we should not blame. We should not discredit. It has done greater blessings upon us. But at the same time, there are limitations as we proceed today. Why? What is the problem with that? Because as a result of this anthropocentric biases, as a result of this kind of enlightenment legacy, what happened today is we have created a structure, a structuralization. What kind of structure it is? It is hierarchical. It is partial. It is discriminatory. It's exclusionary. This structuralization is wrong. We have to bring in all life forms. All life matters here. Plants, animals, black, white, yellow, so on and so forth. All these matter in our discourse. Now, anthropocentric basis, the question is this: why this arrogance? Why this supremacy? Why do we feel that we are strong? Why do we feel that we are more powerful? Why do we think that we claim the whole planet? How much better we are as humans compared to chimpanzees, for example? Professor Harari, you must have heard of this Jewish professor Harari, historian, a great writer, provocative speaker, one who has actually mesmerized the world with his great ideas. At a point of time, he asked this question: we think that we are too proud of ourselves. We are actually proud of ourselves, but how much better are we as humans compared to chimpanzees? You know what he said? If we leave an individual human with a chimpanzee in a forest, in a no man's land, the chimpanzee can survive. It can survive without any help. But the human, he cannot survive. If we live in a forest, completely clueless about it, if chimpanzee also come, the chimpanzee also be there in the same place, the chimpanzee would be able to adjust itself to that external surrounding, will be able to live longer and better and healthier compared to humans. We will not be able to understand that. So then, where lies the merit? How do we get that? And he says, we are powerful, strong, not in individual level. I agree with him. We are powerful, not in individual level, but we are powerful only in collective level. When we come together as a group, we become powerful. But when we are as individuals, we are weak. So not in individual level, we are better. We are better only in a group. Now, how do we achieve that? In what makes us feel better? It's because of two things: cooperation and flexibility. We cooperate, we talk, we engage in conversation, and we are flexible. But because of this cooperation, there are lots of good things happen, there are lots of bad things to happen. As a result of this cooperation, you can kill, you can murder, and you can think of lots and lots of injustices done there. One community is set against another community. It's because of this cooperation. And think of the prisons, think of the concentration camps, all these things because of this cooperation. So cooperation, flexibility, these things actually make humans stronger than chimpanzees. And again, another important thing is objective reality and fictional reality. Animals, they cannot actually create reality, but they can understand only objective reality as it is. But we humans can create reality, fictional reality. Take, for example, we create fictional reality through communication and cooperation. You and I communicate. As a result of this communication, we can create institutions. I can give you some useless papers, and I say that this is a currency note, and you can go to bank and then do the transaction. You can go to a shop and get things done using the currency note. So, which is actually a fictional reality. God, again, a fictional reality. So, all these things are because of our ability to create fictional reality. We are imaginative. I think it's because of this reason humans should stay here. We need humans. We need humans. Humanism should not come to an end because of this. But today, as a result of this, computers can do a lot of things. It saves the labor of mind. It has done great service to us. As a result of too much of dependence on computer, we don't know what to do with this intelligence. We don't know how to pass time. We don't know what to do with our time, free time, because computer has taken over. It has completely taken over us, and we have become slaves to technology. So now at this point of time, we need to ask this question. I'm reiterating the question Professor Harari asked. Why do humans exist now? What's the meaning of that? Why do we need to have this identity as human? He says, I think humans exist today, they don't know what to do with that. Because the artificial intelligence, this computer doing lots and lots of services for them. So what are we going to do? We have created, massive class of useless people. They simply spend their time playing computer games or get themselves drugged, wasting their time. So this is a dangerous situation. So we need to realize the purpose. We need to realize our equation in this particular planet. Now the question is, in post-human world, where does the power lie? That's a question. Where does the power lie? Who has the ultimate authority? In those days, we thought the power was with the God. So all-powerful, almighty, the power was with the absolute element. But later, when humanism came in, we brought the power from the God down. First, the power the power that was with God, it was shared among the people who are on this planet, professing, stating that they all are representatives of the God. So we gave power that was with God, and the power came down, and the power was given to the representatives of the God, the custodians of the religious principles and values. And later, when humanism came in, the power from the God brought down to individuals. Power came to us from God as represent God, from God to the representative of God, and now from heaven down to humans. Now let's look at what happened when the power came to us. We had humanistic education. In humanistic education, we started defining education not from the perspective of education, but from the perspective of humans, the people who are engaged in the process of education. I should know what I want education to me. So education is not just a concept which has to be handed down from above. It is something that I need to know. So education, in humanistic education, is know yourself. Know your own self. You decide what you want to know. Students determine what kind of lessons, what kind of messages, what kind of inputs, what kind of knowledge to be imparted. That's humanistic education. In humanistic politics, power with individuals. We vote. We individuals vote, and we elect leaders. So we brought down the power from above to this particular planet, to the earth. In humanistic politics, the most powerful ones are humans, we individuals. Humanistic education, the receivers, they are powerful. In humanistic economy, customer is always right. You know, if there is a company, if they want to go for a new design of a car, the company might not seek consultations from the experts to decide. They'll be seeking the opinion from the customers, because they know very well the customers, they are our target. They know things the best, and we need to get things when we need to get opinions from them. So their opinion, their understanding, given much more important than expert opinion. Expert opinions might come at a later point of time, how to execute the opinion that we got from the customers. So customer is always right in humanistic economy. In humanistic art, beauty lies in our eyes. It doesn't lie in the things that we see. So this is how we started redefining education, politics, economy, art, so on and so forth. Now the question is, when we say as individuals we are powerful, the question is, are we really powerful? Do we have freedom? Free will? Is it a myth? Is it a myth? Today, feelings are algorithms. Feelings are just biochemical reactions. Organisms are algorithms. How do we take decisions? We take decisions by calculating the probabilities. Take, for example, if you have a banana tree, you have bananas over there, you feel hungry. On the other side, you find a tiger. You feel hunger here, tiger over there. And you can go and take bananas. If you take them, the tiger might come and kill you. So the probability of facing the danger, that is death, by choosing to eat bananas, you have to evaluate. You have to calculate. So when you calculate, now, can I go ahead and then eat the bananas? Okay. If that's the case, will the tiger come and kill me? If it could come and kill me, well, if that's the case, my life is gone. Then can I skip? Can I just go back? Retreat? If I retreat, the hunger, will it kill me? How can I take a decision? If you could feed this information into algorithm, in the system, if you could feed this information to computer programming, artificial intelligence, the algorithm would be calculating the probabilities. It would be giving you an idea. Hi, well, if you look at the tiger is not a strong one. It's a weak one. The tiger is not hungry. So it would be, if the tiger is hungry, then the tiger would certainly eat you. The tiger is well fed. It's an old one. And the experience of the previous people encountered similar situations. All these things would be factored in while deciding whether we have to go and take this banana or not. So this is how we take decisions. So we take decisions by calculating probabilities. This is called dataism. Our emotion, our feelings, and our data, they collect the data. Take, for example, today we have computers, we have Facebook, internet, we have Google. What are they doing? They are collecting information about all the things that I do. the people I follow, the posting I like, the conversation I have with my friends in the WhatsApp. Based on these, they prepare a data. And then they decide what kind of person I am. And they'll be able to identify the people who will be having similar interests with me. And they'll also identify the people who are against me. So they can set one person against another, one community against another. These dangerous things could be possible through using this algorithm. Remember, this has been already used in the field of medicine. It is used in the field of medicine. You don't need to say what you suffer from. You don't need to talk about your ill health. You just go under the scanner. They will tell you what's your problem. Whether you have a chance of getting a heart attack 10 days from now, 15 days from now, they'll be able to tell you. So it has been used already in the field of medicine, and it's going to be used in other fields too, in the field of education, other things. Now my point is that we are hackables. We are hackables. People can hack. Once people can hack, if my data are breached, that's the end of my life. So previously people used to say, know thyself. To know, we need to know ourselves. That's what education all about. Today we have to say it with so much of loud noise. Know yourself. Otherwise they will come to know who you are. Who all are they? Google, Twitter, Facebook, all of the programs. Why? Because there's a business. Once they know a little more about you than what you know about yourself, that's your death. That's the end of your life. Your game is over. So it's going to be a new direction. If this is going to become real, then there will be a danger. We should not let that danger happen. We have to create awareness. But this has been already used today. Where? It has been used today to create public opinions, to spread lies and falsehood, to promote hatred and enmity, to influence public policy, and as a result of which we have today tribal nationalism, nationalist populism, or ethnic nationalism, convergence of majority through a rhetoric. What are they doing? What's the rhetoric? Rhetoric is there is a threat from minority for the majority. That's what is happening exactly in India today. Majority under threat. The threat is from minority. This is called reversal of perspective. This happens as a result of this happened as a result of the use of technology, use of computers, use of Facebook, use of social media. We got to be very, very careful, but at the same time, I'm not painting the whole thing in dark picture. I'm going to tell you, technology, not deterministic. There are two caveats here. Technology cannot do things on its own, not deterministic. Humans know how to evolve. We have always evolved with time. We know how to handle it. Hence, we should handle it. But what is required is we need to reflect this. We need to introspect on this. We need to do something or other before things get worse. That's a danger. So that's the end of my presentation. But at the same time, before I conclude this, I'd like to tell you, I'm reminded of a beautiful statement by a famous American philosopher, American journalist and satirist, Malcolm Muggeridge. Malcolm Muggeridge says, I cannot, it is difficult to resist the temptation, or difficult to resist the temptation of concluding that modern man has decided to abolish himself. Why? Because modern man is tired of the struggles to be himself, and he has created boredom out of his own affluence, and impotency out of his erotomania, vulnerability out of his strength, and he himself blows the trumpet that brings the walls of the city down, crashing down just before his eyes, until he gets himself educated into imbecility and drugged and polluted himself into stupefaction, and finally he kneels down before weary monstrous brontosaurus and becomes extinct. My dear friends, my dear scholars, my dear participants, presentation, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Poetics, and various other colleges and institutions, research scholars of this college and various other colleges, my beloved students, the future leaders of literature, I wish you all a very good afternoon and a happy, refreshing, and igniting mind and heart this afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. I know this is not a nice time to speak with you all because after the Madhya Pradesh getting filled, usually the Uttar Pradesh goes mad. And all of you will, in Tamil they used to say, "Parsuttavi Varadiyam, Pottavi Pavaradiyam." So I know that this is a very difficult time. In spite of that, I take this opportunity to thank the Department of English, Research and Peace Department. Wish you all the best in spite of the pandemic. You are able to conduct a virtual as well as offline mode in the campus.
Recording in progress.
Conference. I'm filled with nostalgia when I come to this hall. I remember this great man. But I'm sure not basic to go, okay? Because they have to set it there. Only then I can go on. When you say it's right, I'll start. Usually I'm not used to standing and talking like this. I prefer, since PowerPoint has gone there, will I be able to get a mic so that I can move here and there, so that I can keep you, when your eyes start moving, there's least possibility of going to those. Okay. So I remember this great man, with one day he was able to go down this place and save this place. I am really indebted to this great man who is on the verge of becoming a saint, Adrian Cousano, who started the founder of the Brothers of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, to which I also belong. Adrian Cousano and myself belong to the same institution called the Society of Jesus. So without much ado, I immediately go on. Are you ready? Of you of your dear who do not follow Tamil is anyone from Kerala or Andhra or Karnataka, you are from Kerala. Little bit of Tamil might come here and there, so that I will be in touch with my own students. Bilingual is always the way of life in Tamil Nadu, and I will do so. Please excuse me.
Recording stopped.
The light off is line. The light off. The light is okay. Okay. Place them in the right order. Place them in the right order. Grandma, grandchild, grandpa, Now, since I've become the principal, okay. Okay. So please place them in the right order. Grandma, grandchild, grandpa, appa, amma, daughter, son-in-law. Anyone? How will you place them in order? Can you? Grandpa, grandma, appa, amma, son, daughter, son-in-law, then the grandchild. Let us give her a clap. Next one, the department. Hello, department. So your professor, senior student, peon, senior professor, senior student. Anybody from that side? A man. A man who can answer now. A young boy who, the one who stands up will receive the most handsome fellow in the world. One. Yes, you are right. All right. Please get up. No, see, everyone is ready. I will start from the back there. Now, since you stand, now can you put it in order? This is a disorder, no problem. Okay, yes. Okay, you just try. What will be the order, no? Head of the department, junior professor, senior student, pew, senior professor, senior student. What will be the order in your department? First, yeah, who will be the first one? Head of the department. Next one, senior professor. Next one, junior professor. Next one, senior student. Junior student, pew. Let us give them a clap. No, I had a problem. Okay, I had a problem. As usual. Okay. Who suits the title of address? Respect the rector or respect the secretary? Respect the chief guest? How will you call it? For whom, what will come? What will be the order or what will be the title for address? Respect the rector? Rector. Next one, honorable chief guest. Respected, lovable, learned. Okay, now I'll ask you a question. Okay, who told you like this? Do you think rectors are respected? Do you think the rectors or professors are not distinguished or revered? And again, who told you that in your family, grandpa should be the first one, grandma should be the second, and who told you? And the department, I am not getting to the department of St. Xavier's College. Who is the head of the department? Should the head of the department also always be the first one? For example, where is the HOD now? Where is the head of rector now? He or she is not here. So why should we follow this order? Next one. Why should the priest bless the tali? The wedding is between the bride and the bridegroom. Why should an ayah be there? Who told you that one ayah or a priest or a pastor should be there to bless the wedding? Next one. Who told you that when teacher enters the classroom, all the students should get up? Nowadays they don't do that. That's another story. Okay. But who told you that? Next one. Why should you eat with your right hand? Who told you that you should eat with your right hand? You don't believe your left hand? Do you think you are not washed it properly? Why? Why is that? Oh, the answer is sound is what? Sound Shiva. Only now they have renovated the place. So things are not back in order. Please excuse us. I was also in the department for 6 long years. So I know what it is. So please excuse us. Shall we go on? Will there be sound? And Sami ready to follow? It is tradition, okay. Go on. It is tradition. You call it convention. You can call it law. Whatever custom, whatever you want, you can go on with that, okay. So now we come to the title itself. My title is Transcending Sense and Sensibility. Hope you remember one of the author. Can you name another novel? Very wonderful. Okay. Sense and sensibility. What do I mean by sense? Sense is that which is traditionally rational. For example, if I give you a rose, okay, what does it mean? If I give you a rose, do you think I'm proposing? I'm not a GC, okay? So no problem. Traditionally, what is sense? Okay, what is sense? The 5 senses that we have, and the things that we have received, things that have been coded, decoded, encoded in our mind. For example, when somebody comes here, you have to stand. When you go to a death house, okay, in the funeral, you cannot go there and laugh. You have to maintain your composure, and then you can go on. No? What is sensibility? Sensibility is that action that follows through the script of the tradition. There is a script written already here. Okay, for example, a lady crosses. I cannot. Even when a boy comes, I shouldn't do that. There is some sense. The application of the sense is called sensibility. You cannot go near a girl and stand. The girl can come and stand. There is no problem. A man cannot go and stand. That is our way of that's our culture. That is our culture. Okay. So there are certain things, sensibility. Certain things are there in our mind, and that which is in our mind, the cognitive level, is put into action, and that is called sensibility. You cannot laugh and you cannot or happy when you sing happy birthday. You cannot say happy birthday. You cannot cry out like that. In a Kalyanam, the Tali get to I don't know, but sometimes it happens. So Tali get it to once I went to Dindigam for blessing a marriage, and the father people went on crying. And the mother we go to go. Lakshmi very and the Lakshmi very sometimes it looks very odd. Okay. So okay. So we have to transcend this. Is it possible? We have to transcend this. Why should we transcend it? There lies the question. That is what I'm going to deal with. Okay, good. So if you want to become an ordinary person, a normal person, what is the meaning of a normal person? Normal person. The opposite is abnormal. What is a normal person? Go to the root of the word, then you can easily find. One who follows the norm is called a normal person. That is a norm. Okay, you have to finish your LKG, then you have to go to your UKG, first standard, second standard, third standard, then 10th, 12th, then college. This is a normal way of going. I have to grow like this. I cannot have my child and then get married. This is not normal. This is not at all normal. Okay, you cannot get an appointment and then complete your settlement. Okay, there are certain norms. So when you follow your norms alone, you are a normal person. There are thousands and thousands of normal persons. But today, we need a leader. Not just in literature, not just in science, but we really need a leader. Who is a leader? A leader is a person who is able to get on to all these 5 quotients. The intellectual quotient. The person should be a person, not be I am not getting into politics, okay? Okay, that's all. Okay. He should be an intelligent person. And he should be a physically fit person. You remember in the United States of America, you have to be fit. Otherwise, you won't be included into even, you can't even become a governor of a state. Physically fit person, then you should also be an emotional person. A person who has emotional intelligence. Okay, you know how to control your anger. You know when to smile, when to laugh, when to cry, and so on. At the same time, you should also give it in the doses that is required. Next is also something spiritual. I'm not saying a spiritual. What is the difference between religiosity and spirituality? Anybody?
Ritualistic.
I'm just igniting you.
Ritualistic is religion. Lot of rituals.
Religion means rituals.
Spirituality is an experience.
Experience. A little more than that? Is Periyar, E.V. Periyar, no? Is Ramasamy Periyar a spiritual person or a religious person? Vivekananda? both religious and spiritual person. So you should know the difference, okay? An atheist can also be a spiritual person. An atheist can also be a spiritual person who believes in the divinity. Not necessarily he should believe in the divinity, the existence of a divinity, but he can feel the truth is there, ultimate truth is there, and he goes on. We want such persons. And how can it be? We can collect it from the literature itself. It should also be a social person. When there's a problem, you should not run away to another country. When the petrol prices rise up, you should not run away to the nearby country and say, I have some other work to do, I have come for a conference and so on. You have to be there. That is a person. Okay. So, a holistic person is a person who has all these 5 quotients of 5 intelligence inside her or inside him. So, for example, I'll just start with this one. Sound point there. You know, this is a scene from Bahubali. Who is the leader here? This one also. Sir, who is the leader here in the Ammawa Katapa? Who is the leader here? Ammalana. Who is the leader? Very good. I'll come because I have lost 15 minutes, so I'll go immediately. Though she is the queen who actually, in this particular scene at least, Katappa rules. Who's Katappa? Is only a chieftain, okay? It's a chieftain, that's all. But look at the verse, I'm sorry, I'm unable to get the words now. He will say, you asked me to kill, and I killed. But I have not killed, you have killed. Look at the answer. So, though she is the leader, the male chauvinistic world says, I bow before you and I'll carry out the order. But what does Katappa say at the end? I have killed, but I have not killed. You have killed. Your intelligence has killed. You're good for nothing. You said something. You gave a bad command. And I did it, but I didn't do it. You did it. And the blame is put on the queen, that is the female world. Why did this rape happen? It is not because the boys behaved animal-like, but because she did not dress properly. Why are boys going after girls? It is because the girls are not behaving properly. Why is the family now separated like this? Because பொண்டாட்டி வீட்டுல ஒழுங்கா இருந்தா புருஷன் வீட்டுக்கு வருவான் அப்படியா? I don't know. The blame is always put on the women, the girls, the female persons, okay? And that is why from sense, we have to come down to the sensibility, and then we have to have not transformation alone, but we have to transcend. There's lots of difference between transformation and transcending. What is transformation? The word comes from formation, and from formation, another formation happens. From a chick, you don't transcend into a divine being. From a chick, you become only a hen. It is only a transformation. An ice cube will transform into water. Okay, that's all. But it can also become, what is transcendence? Transcendence, water can become Etham. It can become holy water. Okay, it depends. Okay, that is transcendence. Now let us rule. What has ruled for some time? Let us look into this. Cogito and grosso, you know that, no? That is, I think, therefore I am. So what is the importance given here? The importance given here is thinking rules the world. It is not money that rules the world. It is the brain of Stephen Covey, or it is the brain of Bill Gates, or it is the brain of Putin that rules the world. Not you people, not the intelligence of others, but the thinking tank that I have, that rules the world. Dept was right for a long, long time. Next came another one. Lex Regenes et Rex Regenes. That is, the law is the king, and the king is the law. Even today it is that. The law is the king. Who gives the law? The king gives the law. And the king can break the law, and he can also make the law. There is no problem. There is no problem. A person can say, Jai Bharat, okay, Jai Bharat, and then he can give everything to Adani and the other person, no problem at all. This is not patriotism, no problem. Okay, and next one you see, motherhood is the crown of women. Even now they say, for example, one of my relatives, even after 8 years, she has not begotten a child. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Either we put the blame on God, or we put government statement. Or we put the blame on government. I don't know what is Tana. Okay, next one. She is blessed when her son takes care of her. The next one is still bad. Sunny Sunday The translation is given here. A woman sees by the planet Saturn will not obtain a husband, though she may go to the market. How low the women are treated, you see. If a person doesn't get a husband or a wife, it is not because of blood, it does not happen, that's all. Okay, but how do we take it? Okay, so that's the thing. So these are the unwritten laws or written laws or the custom or the convention that has ruled the world and it is also ruling now. Supposing I ask you, suppose you ask one of the students here, do you like your mom to be at home and take care of you? Or do you want your mom to go to the school or college or some other place and learn? What will be your answer? At home, still, senses are ruling the world. The senses, the script that is written is ruling the world. You can read hundreds and hundreds of literature. There is a public script and a private script. Public and also all these will I say. But when I go on, that's all. That is the way we go on. Public script is different and the private script is different. Okay. You already heard of this person, I think, Ellen Shawalter. There are 3 phases of feminism. Hope you know. Okay, you know that. In spite of that, I say this, okay. The first one is called feminine. The second one is called feminist. And the third one is called female. Okay. What is that feminine? Feminine is women imitating men. We don't need persons who imitate men. That is not at all necessary because men are men and women are women. But it took hundreds of years to realize that. Even now, for example, I am just asking you, supposing you wear a pant and a shirt and you come onto the stage and act Dr. Faustus, the whole crowd will clap hands. Now, I get into, I am Lady Macbeth. All of you start laughing. This is the first one. I am able to accept the person, the girl in a woman's garment, but not a man in women's garments, the women's clothing. So that is the first feminine, which they try to react. The next one is women advocated minority rights and protested. We want vote. We also want to work. All these came into existence. The third one is what we have to concentrate on, the female. The focus is now on women's text as opposed to merely uncovering misogyny or in men's text. You don't treat us. We know how to stop. We know how to dress. We know what to eat. And if this goes on, let us live in complementary way. This is the way he says. For example, there are few people The first one, you remember who is that? In the United States of America, the one who boycotted because he was not given a place in the bus. Rosa. Okay, who's the next one? This one person, one minute. This one person, she stood for her rights. She did not act like a man. She did not act like a man. Or she did not say, give me a little place. I came first, give me only my seat. She did not go on with that. She went on to proclaim the female in her. And that's why this female was able to mobilize thousands and thousands of men and women. Rosa. Who's the next one? Diana. The moment we say Diana, what comes to the mind of youngsters is only beauty. She did not want to be a puppet in the hands of Prince Charles. Prince Charles had another script in his own life. Okay, I'm not going to enter into that. That is between Camilla and Charles. CC can go see. Okay, that is not our problem. Our problem is, did she give the respect? Due respect for her? When the respect was not given to her, she threw the status of the princess. Just threw it like that. I'm happy to be an ordinary teacher. And she went around she went around to give, even to the 8 children. She was able to meet the children affected with the minds and so on. And she inspired not just women, but also men. The next one. Any guess? Usually we say Jhansi. Okay. You know the first person, the first lady warrior of our recognized lady warrior of our country? Rani Velunakshiya. See, the Northerns are trying to hide our tradition, our history. Let us know. We come from this soil, okay? And Velunakshiya, she single-handedly was able to get all the women. Is it like that? No. Men and women together and fight for our rights. And she was able to keep Sivahandesi for a long, long time from the reigns of the male chauvinistic Britishes. That is what you have to learn from literature. The last one, I've taken some people from different walks of life, is Mother Teresa. I'm not going to speak the holiness of Mother Teresa, but she was a young girl at one particular time. She was the first sister. She was the first reverend sister to open the gates of the convent and get into the slums to touch men and women who were degraded by physical ailment or by the society. A sister cannot touch and even cannot come in those times, okay, 1940s and 1950s, a woman cannot come near a man. She or he will be considered as a prostitute. But this sister was able to break the gates of the convent, okay, and she was able to get in, and she made a difference. These are the people who transcended sense and sensibility. So let me take something from the literature. You know Nora. Many of you would have read Nora. One of I myself have acted in that. Okay. People use after acting one of I was. You remember the character, the main character, the hero? Who was the hero of the play? Helmer. If you say that, it is wrong. There is no hero in the play. She is the hero. Nora is the hero. I have not even put Nora Helmer. It is Nora. I always have a problem with women writers. If anyone is there, please forgive me. What is the name of Shashi? Anita Nair. Then Anita Desa. Even all these women writers want to carry the name of husband or the father. In spite of writing so many literature in saying individualism or individuality and so on, these women writers, I have reverence for them. Let them be good. Let them write more, little more, little more. After that, when it comes to the name, they're not ready to leave the husband's name, or sense and sensibility comes there also. They're not ready to transcend to another society. We come back here. Look at this Nora. You are familiar, okay? Supposing you are the husband of Nora, will you accept? Okay, some of you can become husbands of Nora, and some of you can become mamiyas of Nora. Mother-in-law. Will you allow her like that? Would they open for? All two children are there, no? 2 or 3? 3. Who is that? Yes, it's born in a man. But today, Nora is spoken all over the world. We have not seen Nora, but now she is an inspiration that any bondage cannot put you astray, so that you and I can break any walls of oppression and discrimination. That is Nora. Supposing sense and sensibility had come inside Nora, she would have been there. Or she would have at least gone in search of that a friend, the TV friend, who would have helped her, and so on. Next time, some of you might have read the story, Paulo Coelho, no? Paulo Coelho, Zaki. Is anyone who read this book, Zaki? It's a wonderful book, okay? Usually, Paulo Coelho has only 3 books a day. One is The Alchemist. Next is, what is the next one? Next one is usually The Pilgrimage. Usually they don't read that. Veronica Decides to Die. And the last one is any other book, okay? Usually they don't touch this book, okay? The Fifth Mountain and the Zaki is a nice book, okay? There, some sort of Paulo Coelho's autobiographical thing comes in. Suddenly, the story goes on like this. Please read 10 minutes in advance. Okay. Esther is the girl. Esther is the wife of a reputed writer. Suddenly she disappears. She gets disappeared. Suddenly she's not found. But this the Paulo Coelho is a reputed person and is well known everywhere. And what happens? He is not sad because Esther has left. He is sad because his reputation has gone. Ayyo, என் பொண்டாட்டி போயிட்டாலே இல்ல. ஐயோ, எனக்கு கெட்ட பேர் வந்துட்டே. It means I'm an unfit husband. That is the thing he gets it in the mind. But beautifully Paulo Coelho transcends all these things and he tries not to picturize Paulo Coelho the writer, but Paulo Coelho who went in search of Esther, a person who wanted to establish her identity. You remember, she even gets pregnant with an association with another person. In spite of that, she is very bold and says, yes, I have come to the stage and I have decided. So this is unacceptable to our society, okay? But she is able to break the bonds. I'll go a little faster. So, what is feminism? I am happy with the Monica Goldsna's definition. She gives 2 definitions. One, private, and the other one, society. Individual definition. One who seeks to eliminate women's subordination and marginalization. Remember, he doesn't use the word a woman who tries to seek or eliminate women. He says, just puts it like that. Any person who tries to seek to eliminate women's subordination and marginalization is a feminist. And again, he goes on to say, a social movement. It cannot stop with individuals. It has to become a movement. Only one person can change 2 or 3 persons. Only a movement can change. That is what he says. In this way, I'll go on with I'll go with this one, okay. So here I'll give you a biblical interpretation for 5 minutes and then give you, okay, because people have to present, okay. You have Fiorenza bringing out 4 competing paradigms in biblical studies when she goes in for feminist studies. Since I am a priest, I also touch a little bit of Bible, but Bible as literature and not a book of not a book of this one, what do you call philosophy and so on. I just mentioned this one, okay? So there are four important paradigms one has to cross. The first is doctrinal. Adam and Eve lived there, and Adam died. It was there. Then one fellow in the catechism class comes and asks, Adam and Eve was there. How many children did he have? How many children? Adam and Eve. Two. And after that, for every died, was killed. Cain was there, and Cain ran away. Then what happened? Don't ask those questions. Sit down. Doctrinal. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. No more questions. You cannot, for example, Jesus blessed the water and transformed it into wine. The fellow comes and asks you, why did he transform it into wine? You would have transformed it into drinking water. You cannot ask. That is the doctrinal thing, and this also created friction among the society. The next one is scientific paradigm. For an example, Jesus calls a Canaanite woman as a dog. In one instance, when he says dog. But the scientific reason they come and say, it is not dog, puppy. Jesus called her puppy. For example, I call, I just say, Naye. You get offended. Then there's a girl there, I take the cheek of her, which is, see, first one is Nai, she got offended. When I now touch her the cheek and say, she immediately gets affectionate with me. Okay, that is the way Jesus might have used, and not the dog in the stronger sense, scientific approach. The next one is called modern cultural aspect, and the last one is called rhetorical emancipatory action. It's not much that I'll go on this one. I'll give one particular scene and then finish it off. Okay. You know this 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. This is the scene which I like to bring to you. 10 minutes down.
Ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you that ye resist not evil. For whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek,
that such should be stoned. What sayest thou? What sayest thou?
He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her.
No man will
You are contented.
Okay, we'll just see an analysis of the emancipatory part, from taking from sense to sensibility and transcendence. Look at the scene, no? A person is caught red-handed in adultery. That is Mary from Magdalene, okay, or Magdala, okay, very good. Now Moses stands, or the group of Pharisees there stand as sense. What is sense? According to the law of Moses, you have to be, the one who is caught in adultery should be stoned. Is it lawful? Yes. Is it legal? Yes. Is it ethical? Yes. Is it right? Yes. Tick, tick, tick. You don't go on, tick, you can go on. All the ticks are there. But it comes to another person called Jesus who transcends. What does he say? He doesn't see the past as a past. The past is interpreted and says, can a person who has sinned condemn another sinner? He's able to transcend the law of Moses embedded in the mind, or written in the mind, or scripted in the mind, that which has affected the cognitive stage of a person, and he questions that. Now, can a person who is caught in adultery be just left scot-free like that? No. He says, he gives one command. Don't worry about the past. The past has gone. You think about the past, but that past should emancipate you, should liberate you, and not put you again into shame. Transcend. Don't stand in the threshold of sense and sensibility, but transcend. And that's why we find Mary Magdala, or Magdala of Mary. Okay, Mary Magdala, she becomes a transformed person who, in spite of the darkness, was able to take a light and was able to go to see the transcendent Lord or the transcendent Jesus. What am I saying? The thing that we have to focus here is, from a stage of prostitute, a prostitute can be shortened as a pros. From a stage of pros, she becomes a person of prosperity. The first, she is called the first evangelizer of Jesus Christ. From one among the evils, a pleasure bag. She was considered as just a pleasure bag. But now, her body being stoned, and now she has become a spirited bag. A person was transcended. So the thing which I like to say is this. There are three things that you have to have in mind. One is affected. Whether you are a diaspora Jew, or a diaspora, whatever you call it. Okay, you can be a slave, you can be an African slave in America. Whatever it is, the past is there. The past is there. But if you go on licking the wound there, you will still remain a slave. The physical, the social status, your intelligence status, whatever it is, the licking wounds will be there again and again. It will only irritate you. Now, what are you supposed to do? You have to leave the sense and sensibility and see whether the future, you have to reflect on the future. The future should not. It should be a reflective one. It should be an emancipatory one. It should be a sign of liberation. When it stands as a sign of liberation, if you are steady about the goal that is in mind, then certainly the effect will be proper. The effect is there. You cannot erase it out, but you can at least leave it out. If you have not the past in mind, but the future in mind, certainly things will go on. Women have done it, men have done it towards liberation. If you think liberation is possible, if you think the past is not important, but the future, and if I'm able to mold the present, certainly we can become men and women of challenge and liberation. That is what you find in new spirituality books. For example, you take Robin Sharma, Paulo Coelho, Jay Shetty, and so many other persons. Okay, if you are able to read, I placed before you 2 books alone. One, I'm just placing it before, okay? 2 books. One, these people. She's very good. If you want to have sentimentalities, senses and sensibilities, go on reading this book. You will get something. For example, you have something called story called 1 minute. Horegal. Horegal in Canada is Sumaitangi. Have you heard of Sumaitangi? You have in all the villages when you get down from the bus stand, you have a piece of log or a piece of stone there. You can keep your burdens there. Girl can go out. See one of the stories says, whether it's a literate girl or illiterate girl, you will have some burdens in life. As a woman, you have to carry on and on. And just ask the question, why should she carry on? Why don't we chat with the husband? Why don't she chat it with the children? Why don't she chat with the friends? Things will go on. You cannot become a horegal. You should become a person with wings of fire or wings of ideas. And you have to fly high in the sky. And one day, you will also be remembered as Mother Teresa. You will also be remembered as Rosa Parks, or you will also be remembered as Princess Diana or Rani. Rani, thank you very much. Wish you all the best and have a great time. Thank you.
I know I didn't give many things from literature part. I want you to read literature, the first one. The second one, I want to give only the skeleton of what I wanted to discuss with you. With this one, you can go on. I'm sorry, in the limited time, I was unable to go on to the other slides. If you have any questions or clarifications or doubts, you can ask. Hope you know the difference between doubt and then clarification. Doubt is you don't accept what I say. And clarification is I accept, but what do I believe? That is the clarification. Thank you. I thank the Department of English for giving me a chance to be with you all on this wonderful day. As St. Xavier's College is moving towards the centenary celebration, hope next year we'll have a great celebration, the international conference of Postcolonial conferences. Wish you all the best. Have a great time. Thank you.
I thank Father from the bottom of my heart for sharing his precious time with us. I hope your presence and wise words help magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired so many people out here. Besides all technical failures, the session is a great success, Father. Thank you, Father, and thank you, one and all.
Dear participants, sorry for some technical errors. So now we are going to start the parallel sessions. So there will be 5 parallel sessions here. Already the schedule is displayed outside. Here, before we break for the parallel sessions, we would like to honor the different chairpersons who have come from different colleges. So I would like to invite those people to the chairpersons to the desk. So they'll be honored by Father Rufus. First, let me invite Dr. Raghu Anthony, retired professor of UOC College, and present he is working in Home Science College, Thuthukudi. So welcome, sir. Invite Dr. Judith Sophia, Assistant Professor from Scott Christian College. Thank you, ma'am. Next, let me invite Dr. Chita, Assistant Professor, Scott Christian College. Next, let me welcome Dr. P. Bangas, Assistant Professor from NCC College. Next, let me invite Dr. Vijila J. Ruby, Associate Professor from Raniana College. Thank you, Father. Dear participants, the sessions are divided into 5 as offline sessions. So one session will take place here. It will be chaired by Dr. Raghu Anthony. Those who are allotted for Postcolonial Hall, you can remain here. And second, so the people who are allotted for third BA English 37C. So those people, they will be led by the volunteers. So Mr. Sridhar will take the people to third BA English classroom. Then we have one more venue, language lab. So you people please come out. So we have allotted volunteers for each place. So for language lab, then another one, Miranda Hall. So Miranda Hall. And the fifth venue is, so there is Miranda Hall is and language lab are in the main building. So where you had lunch, the same building. And language lab is located left side the library, and Miranda Hall is located in the first floor of the main building. Then second MA classroom. So there is nearby this there is a main building. So there is second floor. So please come out. So our volunteers will lead you. Thank you.
Things are presenting as well as actually. Oh, the same day you're doing this.
Jeevika from Tyagaraja College.